Check, check.
So if you're a cruiser player and you haven't really tried battleships yet, I would recommend you play Republic, or at least try to get to the Republic. This ship feels the most like a cruiser out of all the battleships in the game, in my opinion. It's combination of reload, decent speed, pretty good accuracy, make it feel a lot like a cruiser, especially the armor too. You have a lot of HP, but you don't have very good armor, so you definitely don't want to be on the pushing flank like we are here. So we probably need to turn around and go deal with the other flank eventually, but may as well help out here a little bit on softening up maybe a Montana or something like that. But I really do think the Republic is the cruiser player's battleship. Not a lot of other battleships in the game can get this reload. You have an 21.4-second reload. I actually don't know, but it's under to play it safe like this. So you'll see I'm kiting away from this guy. I'm not pushing in because it's highly likely they have destroyers around here. We don't really have a destroyer, so I don't want to be eating torpedoes, high explosive, getting lit on fire, all that stuff. That's a great way to die very, very, very quickly. Um, Republic also has pretty solid anti-aircraft and is decently survivable against a CV because you have an okay torpedo belt and you don't really get citadeled by AP bombers, which is quite nice. Here I switched to HE. The HE is not bad on this ship at all if you can get fires. I'm pretty unlucky I didn't get a fire there. Something to look out for these days, now that the new patch is hit, I think um, the little flashing lights on your ship are an incredibly cool addition. You can see them flashing on my ship right now. It means I'm using my damage control. And I saw this Montana use his damage control, and that's why I swapped to high explosive. I wanted to get some permanent fires on him. I noticed that. So a really cool change there to allow um, good players and people aware of the new changes, the new mechanics, to take advantage of that to get even more damage and be even more efficient. So something to look out for is these sparks are when somebody's healing. The flashing lights, the white lights on the side of the ship are is the damage control going off, and that's a really key one to look out for on enemy ships because it is really important to light people on fire after they use their damage control. Um, Even better than sometimes getting even getting a citadel. Honestly, a permanent fire on a tier 10 battleship is worth about as much as a citadel in raw damage. Obviously, they can heal back a fire easier than they can heal back a citadel, but you get multiple fires. It's multiple citadels, right? It's really a really good damage. Fires are incredibly strong in this game, so you should definitely be going for those. Republic is a ship that can do that. It's not quite as good as Conqueror, but the reload really makes this ship play a lot like that. It can do that cruiser role if you're finding a lot of bow in battleships, that kind of thing. It doesn't like to play frontline though, and that's why I'm letting my team kind of go in first with their German battleships. um, yeah, the armor's not great. You get slapped around pretty good through the superstructure with AP. For whatever reason, the Republic has amazing broadside armor against armor piercing. So if you just sit broadside to most armor piercing, you're not going to take that much damage. That's because there's a lot of spaced armor. It does have a turtleback. The turtleback doesn't really work as a German turtleback, like bouncing shells up out of the citadel. But it does function well as a bunch of layers of spaced armor. And that's why you get a lot of torpedo protection hits or shatters on a broadside Republic, Alsace, Richelieu even. Because of all this spaced armor, your shell will penetrate 1 or 2 layers of the armor, but it won't get through the 3rd or 4th, that kind of thing. And you'll be stuck with no damage out of that because it didn't get to the part of the ship that has HP. So even though you are somewhat of a squishy battleship, you're not too bad against AP. The 32 millimeters of armor everywhere definitely struggles against high explosive, and that's why you're going to see me oftentimes play pretty far away from cruisers. It doesn't like to take high explosive. So I'm really trying to not get into situations where I'll be taking huge high explosive hits. That's a really quick way to get your Republic killed. Yeah, double fire just like that. I think that was from the Buffalo even. It doesn't like HE. And here's the lights in a little bit closer view. You can see that. Some people on the stream wanted to see a little closer. And you can actually see that all the way across the map on ships. I'll be looking for that in a little bit. Somebody was wondering if you could see it across the map, and you definitely can. They're bright enough and distinct enough that you can actually see when somebody uses their repair, which is really cool. I think that's a great change to the game. Adds an extra layer of skill, something to look out for good players. Very cool. Very, very cool change. You can see a bunch of AP just came into our broadside, and we took, what, 10,000 damage? That's, which is it's decent damage, but it's not Citadels, which you might expect to be getting against some other broadside battleships. So a really cool part about the Repub is that ability. You can notice my positioning. I repositioned away from our pushing flank, and that's because I wanted to get these cross shots. I don't aim particularly well in this game. I don't know why. I think I was tired or just starting out or something like that. But even in a game where I don't aim particularly well, you can do really good damage because of this reload. The reload on the Republic really does carry this ship through. You're shooting pretty much twice as often as a Vermont with the same level of overmatch. With 8 guns instead of 12. So the damage output is really, 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 really strong on this ship. I think, yeah, if you're someone who really doesn't like the slow playstyle of battleships, this is definitely a good ship to play because you're pretty much always shooting if you want to be. You got the range to shoot all the time. You got the shell velocity to pretty reliably hit targets at long range. If you're someone who's not as good at leading battleship shells, like a North Carolina, let's say, the shell velocity can definitely do it. And you can see on this Kurfürst the flashing lights. He used his damage control. So if you really wanted to get optimal about it, I would switch to high explosive here. But I think my AP salvo is going to do a good chunk, and then my team will be able to finish him off. But those flashing lights, look out for them, and then load HE and start spamming that on a ship. You can see the lights are out, and he takes a fire. And that fire will be a permanent fire. That'll tick for the full duration, and that's not quite enough to kill him since he has a heal, but with our 16k salvo, he's definitely dead to that fire, or somebody else's shots. But with Republic, you see my positioning is centralized, but I usually don't play centralized. The only reason I am playing the center here is because my team is majority of my team is on the 9-10 line, and the enemies are going to likely be angling to those people, and I don't want to be shooting at angled ships. Something you may have noticed about this ship already is the horrible horizontal dispersion, but the really, really, really good vertical dispersion. Every salvo looks kind of like a flat disc from Repub, and that's the way this dispersion works. And it makes this ship very, very dangerous against broadside ships, and pretty weak against angled ships. A lot of times the shells will splash on either side of a ship that's angled, but you're not going to be struggling with that poor vertical dispersion like a Yamato or something like that when you're facing a broadside target. It's very rare that you bracket a ship when they're broadside. Like the shells go low and the shells go high. That's very rare out of this ship. Not that this ship has amazing dispersion. I really find this ship to be quite inconsistent with dispersion, but that's okay because you fire so quickly. This ship puts out so many shells that it really doesn't matter. You can see I haven't had really that many meaty salvos this game. Nothing really that amazing. But we're still on 150k. We have 87, 88 shell hits already out of a battleship. Right? Like, that is not usual battleship numbers for shell hits in my mind. So it's a pretty good ship if you're someone who likes the cruiser playstyle in my mind. I really do think that this is a good battleship, but not the most accurate or pushing battleship you could take. The reason I'm able to push here is because they have very few people left. I tried to save my high HP as much as possible for the late game. That's when you can push in a Republic. You're not tanky because of your armor, you're tanky because of your HP pool at the end. So having the enemy team having to deal with a 55,000 HP Republic that's shooting them every 20 seconds or less now because of AR, that's a pretty dangerous ship to be dealing with near the end of the game. So that's something you want to be doing. You want to be playing like a cruiser for the whole start of the game. And then once the late game comes in like this and you have the opportunity to win the game for your team, that's when you can really push in. If you're wondering about the weird torpedo trails, that's a mod that I have. I found the new updated torpedoes to be really difficult to see, just the angle of where they were coming from. I don't know why they changed the trails to be so faint, but yeah, I just put a mod to make them extremely big. I'll try and find a better mod that's a little bit more subtle than that one, but for now it definitely helps to see where torps are coming from and help you dodge them. Now this Otland probably has one more torpedo strike before I get to him, and that's okay because I can definitely tank. I could tank a full set of Otland torps, but we don't need to because we'll take 3 on the nose. They'll saturate. It's totally fine. And now we'll just run this guy down. So we do get a little bit lucky that this guy stuck around, honestly. If he would have run off the map, I think this game would have been a lot harder to win. But he basically gifted us a free kill, which was pretty nice of him. In these kind of situations, I am trying to kill the Monarch here. I think my Nevsky and my secondaries are more than enough to kill the Island. So I'm trying to kill the Monarch to keep my Nevsky friend alive. He's pushed in with me. You noticed earlier he kind of led the charge-ish around this corner. I noticed that he was interested in pushing around the corner from C cap to the B cap, and I decided to go with him. So definitely something you can do is push with your teammates, but you never want to be the first guy in or the one pushing alone in a Republic. That's a really great way to die early on. And if you die too early, you can't make good use out of the DPM that the Republic can put out. And that's the really scary thing about this ship, is its damage per minute is just gigantic. It's also very difficult for a battleship to citadel you close range, just as another thought that I had real quick there. I'll show you in port when we look at the captain I'm running how to citadel this thing. You basically have to aim under the turrets or at a little triangle cheek point that is opened up by the turtleback. Allows you to cheek this ship just barely. It's a very small and difficult thing to hit, but it's definitely doable. If you're looking for an example of citadeling a Republic, you can go and check out my Flounder video, the review part of it. There's a point where I brawl a Republic at close range, and I think I get 4 citadels on him. So It's definitely a ship you can citadel. It's just very difficult to citadel. Um, yeah, so that's kind of the Republic. It's a good ship. I don't play it particularly often because of the kind of wonky dispersion, but it is a very, very strong ship, and I can't deny that. And I think a lot of cruiser players really, really like this one. Now, I want to talk about the mindset of the ending of this game. There's 3 minutes left, and we're ahead on points, on caps, and kills. But it's an Azashio, which is actually scarier than a Shimakaze, in my mind, when you're a battleship player. Because the torps are basically impossible to dodge. And he can put out pretty much as many as the Shima can. So, a very scary ship, even though it's a tier 8, to face at the end as 2 battleships. So, I was trying to blind fire him. I got a decent chunk into him after he went dark, so the HP pool of the Azashio is a couple of overpens lower than that says. But it's important I get the cap here, and that I don't back out and die to torpedoes that the Azashio probably launched through that gap. So what's the Azashio likely to do? He's likely to go for the C cap. He knows I'm relatively close by in the B cap, and if he pops out around that corner, I'm probably just going to kill him with my guns because his detection range is 5.4 kilometers, 5.5, somewhere in there. So he's not going to come for B in my mind. I don't think he's coming for B. I think he's going for C, and there he is. And by going this close to this island here, I'm trying to detect him. I was trying to get within 5 kilometers. And unfortunately, we're not. So I'm just going to blind fire as soon as I get spotted. I know about the angle that the destroyer has to be when I get spotted around that island. We don't hit him. It's a very unlikely shot to hit. But I'm going to try again, knowing that he's outside of that 5 kilometer window. I'm guessing he's in the 6-ish kilometers away from me, near the middle of the cap. Don't hit him again, that's fine. But we know he's in that area of the cap because I'm still lit. You can see the angle getting sharper and sharper and sharper. And when I get unlit, we're going to know exactly what line the Azashio is at from my ship. There, I get unlit. We know the Azashio is somewhere right in there. All these little islands are great to use, plus your detection. They can really pinpoint where an enemy ship is. So we know the enemy Azashio is actually towards the bottom right corner of the sea cap. This is really, really, really important information. It means he's unlikely to get around us on the left side of the screen, or the right-hand side of my ship, I guess, since we're facing away from the sea cap. But that gap to the left on the screen there that you see, he's unlikely to get there. There's only 50 seconds left in the game. So if he wants to win this game, he basically has to YOLO rush. Our Thunderer decides to run away, which is a great decision, and it basically ensures we win the game. But what I'm doing is I'm trying to wait and see if this guy's going to try and take the B cap. The game's already in hand. I could just run away. But if the game had maybe 2 minutes left on it, which is entirely possible in a situation like this, playing next to this island is actually very smart. Because the Azashio's fastest way into the B cap is to come through this mid gap here on the right-hand side of your screen. And my detection, or his detection, should get him lit the instant he pops through that island, and I should just be able to shoot him. Now I'm turning my back gun to look at the gap to my left there, and then I turned my other gun, my front gun, was still facing that mid gap. So definitely an interesting way to play out the end game, and those end game scenarios are always the most fun and skill intensive and positioning intensive moments of a game, and I really do enjoy them. So the commander I'm running on the Republic is a pretty basic one, honestly. I'm running Gunfeeder because you can switch to HE and play that cruiser role a little bit more. I am running AA Gunner. The AA is pretty good on here, but I don't know if this is necessarily worth it. I think probably taking Vigilance or Grease the Gears, or even Priority Target if you're someone who really likes having Priority Target, could be a better way to go about things. Adrenaline Rush, I'm using a... I don't even know what the designation of this commander is, but a slightly upgraded commander gives me slightly better Adrenaline Rush. The next skill is definitely going to be basics of survivability. Secondaries are useless. They won't hit anything. So there's no point in taking long range secondaries or improve secondary battery aiming, especially on the French ships. They're really not good since they've been nerfed in the 10.0 update. So that'll be the full captain with the 2 3-pointer skills. I'd probably go, if I was to respec this entirely, I would probably go with Grease the Gears or Vigilance, if you're wondering. And we're doing Deadeye because it's in the game still, and it's a very, very, very good skill. Kind of sad to see it go. If you wonder why, check out the previous video on the channel. Concealment Expert, because it pairs really well with Deadeye. And I am taking Emergency Repair Expert, but I think Fire Prevention is probably better. I take this so that I have extra health in the late game, in those final pushes, in those final carry job kind of games. And last game wasn't really too much of a carry game. We kind of had it in the bag pretty well. But still, there's games where that extra heal can definitely mean a lot to give you that extra health to win the game. But there's an argument to be made that fire prevention would save you that health anyway earlier on. I don't think I took a ton of fire damage that last game, so the debate is definitely there between these two. It's totally up to you. I think they're both really, really, really solid skills to take. And obviously, once Deadeye is gone, you're gonna take both of them. that'll be the commander once Deadeye is gone. So, looking at the upgrades, I don't think the unique upgrade is very good. It puts your range down to 19 kilometers instead of 26, and you only get a second and a half better reload, something like that. Which you're already at 21.1, which is fine enough. I think you want the extra range, especially in the current campy meta. Concealment is very much mandatory for a cruiser style of ship. 14.1 kilometers is okay detection. I run propulsion mod. It pairs well with speed boost, allowing you to sit and kind of speed dodge shells, which you saw me doing a lot of, just sitting still, going forward and backward. Aiming systems, because you need to have better accuracy on these guns with their kind of wonky dispersion. Engine boost, nice to have this last a little bit longer. And main armaments, so your main guns don't get knocked out, because if you get one of your turrets knocked out, that is 50% of your firepower. So you do definitely want to keep those alive. Now, talking about the areas to Citadel, you have to aim if they're flat broadside. I like to aim right in here. I think right under the front turret is the most consistent way to Citadel this thing when it's broadside at close range. And for whatever reason, it is this area of the Citadel. It's in front of this line, and you'll notice that's back here as well. So if you can only reach the back part, that's definitely doable as well. For whatever reason, I have horrible luck citadeling this ship in the middle. It's only up here at the front, and when you pull back the armor, I don't really know why. Maybe it's because it hits this barbette. Maybe, I don't know, but I don't know how it works exactly. I'll be honest, guys, but I have the best luck hitting in up here. From the front, I'll talk a little bit about that. You can see this little triangle, and this is an interesting spot to hit for a citadel. You'll notice at around a 30-degree angle, it's kind of opened up, as well as this front of the citadel. 370 millimeters, it's a decent amount of armor, but a lot of tier 10 battleships can get through that. So the moment you aren't auto bouncing off of this 32 millimeter plate, or if you're a Yamato class ship, you can just punch right through this. You can definitely Citadel Republics through like this. And again, you can check out the Flandre video where I think later on in the video somewhere, I'm brawling a Republic and I nuke him right through here. So not entirely safe when broadside, but it's reasonably safe when broadside on, especially at longer ranges from Citadels. But you can see the 32 millimeters everywhere, the giant superstructure. You definitely die to high explosive very quickly. But that's okay, because you're playing it more like a cruiser, not a pushing battleship. Anyways, that's the Republic. Definitely give the ship a shot if you're a cruiser main. I think you'd probably like it. So thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great day.
Hello. Now
Okay, we're going to work on positioning now, guys.
Positioning guides on cruisers. And in this case, we have an old favorite of mine, the Mogami. Now, I'm obviously running the Mogami with the 155mm guns because I absolutely love the sheer DPM you can put out with this, and the matchmaking is incredibly rough. It's tier 10 matchmaking, they got multiple very strong DDs, they got an Alaska DD combo division as well, which is very, very strong. And more importantly, Mogami is supposedly a heavy cruiser, which means I have 27mm upper belt and deck armor, but the enemy team has 4 battleships that overmatch 27mm. 27mm can only bounce 380mm guns, like for
Hey guys, pay attention to this video. This has to do with positioning. Understand, use that mini map in the bottom right hand corner, and how positioning is so important in game. This is what people fail to realize. One of the most important aspects overall is positioning, number 1. So without further ado, let's carry on with Flamu.
For example, the Tirpitz, but all the other guns on the enemy team, the Iowa, the Montana, the Quarterforce, all of them can easily overmatch my armor. So in terms of gameplay, we're honestly going to play this more like a light cruiser. Generally, that's how you want to play Mogami anyway. One of the fundamental roles that you need to understand when you're playing a cruiser, especially something like a Mogami, your key role, your key strength is the fact that you have really, really good damage output. Especially here, when I'm running IFHE, which means with the Mogami 155mm guns, I can punch through 38mm of armor. Which means Iowa and Montana are 2 ships I'm absolutely going to look to farm, because that 38mm deck armor will not be an issue for this HE. I started pushing towards the side, but the Petropavlovsk pushed up. You can see him on the minimap, and I'm instantly starting to disengage from this flank. There is no point for me trying to push too aggressively into a Petro. My Östergötland is trying to scout a bit, so I'm just going to see if I perhaps can get vision of a potential DD trying to push around the flank and maybe help my DD win this battle. But this is already looking too sketchy for me with the Petro going dark and the Östergötland slowing down, so I instantly decide to abandon this flank. Don't push into situations that you can't control. Especially not when up tiered. When you push into a Petropavlovsk, that is a situation I can't control. Because the second I spot him, he's going to be able to spot me with radar, and I can't trade with him. I don't do any damage to his 50mm plating, and his AP absolutely eats me alive. And there was Iowa support. I don't know if they have a DD there. Basically, there's a whole horde of unknowns on that flank. And when you're playing a squishy cruiser, you never ever want to push into unknowns. You want to move with certainty. You want to be sure if I go here, the risks I'm taking are minimal. Because in a cruiser, what you want to be doing is dealing the maximum amount of damage while taking the minimal amount of damage in return. That is how you play a cruiser. In a battleship, you can push out and you can trade. You don't want to trade in a cruiser. You want to trade unevenly every single time. Deal damage without taking any in return. My Massa is pushing this flank, so I'm just going to chill. I'm going to see, maybe he'll grant me vision. And if he grants me vision, then I can do what I do best, which is deal damage to support him. This is classic cruiser positioning. Using the terrain, using a teammate battleship to provide vision. If I had radar, I would be closer to the island, of course, so that I could radar any potential DDs that might be pushing. But because I don't, and my main role as Mogami, one of the reasons I like showcasing Mogami is Mogami has one very, very simple role in a game, and that's A, staying alive, B, dealing as much damage as possible while staying alive. And it's a lot harder than it sounds, because Mogami, 27mm plating across the board, a huge citadel, and just a very easy ship to punish because of the weird citadel shape. That means you kind of eat citadels from every angle. Mogami is kind of like the Pensacola in terms of survivability. Everyone loves shooting the Mogami because it's so easy to kill. The firing angles, as you can see, aren't the best either, so you have to give a lot of broadside. I'm trying to reverse out, trying to get some vision here, trying to see if I could perhaps get some damage in on this Iva, perhaps get some pressure in on this Petro, but it looks like they are playing very, very safe, which isn't really a problem for me. We have the cap advantage, we have the DD kill advantage. There is no need for me to go on some sort of gung-ho adventure and push up this flank. That's completely needless. That's risking my ship for probably very little gain, if any gain at all. One of the great downsides of the Mogami is the lack of range. I only have 15.7 km range, whereas these battleships can easily shoot, the Stalingrad next to us can easily shoot. Being up-tiered in a low-range cruiser like the Mogami is difficult. You can spend, in this case, I've spent 5 minutes in this match, I haven't done a single point of damage. This is okay. You don't need to panic like, oh no, it's 5 minutes, it's quarter of the game and I've done no damage. This is going to be the worst game ever. No, this is what most cruiser players do, and that is they get too antsy, they get too impatient, and then they kind of suicide in. And there's no need for that. Honestly, just experiment with just trying to survive. It will improve your cruiser gameplay significantly. With the Östergötland securing the cap and the Petro being so far back, I have a fairly good idea of where the enemy ships are, which means I can now push into a more aggressive position and hopefully finally start using some of that firepower that I spoke about earlier. Tirpitz looks like he's going to start pushing in, and that's when we start shooting. I'm instantly detected though, which surprises me and tells me exactly where the Benham is. The Benham is somewhere in the center of the cap. That's why he spotted me. Or alternatively, it could have been the Iowa moving down south, but I'm gonna guess it was the Benham sailing around. So the idea here is to try to find an angle to deal damage. I don't need to push up. We have two cap advantage. The enemy needs to come to us. Play it safe. Try to find angles to farm damage. Usually when your team gets an advantage, they try to look for ways to lose that advantage. Iowa spots me, so I start reversing behind the island, but I realize it's not going to succeed, so I instantly accelerate again, and I angle away, trying to angle against any potential targets. The Iowa pushing up caught me by surprise, but we instantly react, we disengage. This is too dangerous for us. Mogami cannot survive under pressure. Any incoming fire is potentially deadly. We instantly disengage. They all try to take pot shots at me, but that's fine. That's what you should always expect. If you're spotted in a Mogami, a battleship will try to kill you. I'm trying to find a position here, and I do find it, so once again, slow down. I'm once more undetected. This is fine. I didn't take any damage. I managed to evade any of the incoming volleys, and now we're going to start reversing, trying to look for that position to deal damage safely again. That is, I keep prioritizing that because I've seen so many cruiser plays lately far too aggressive. They suicide in. They talk about bravery and they talk about balls and they talk about all these things, but what I see is sheer stupidity. That's not how you play a cruiser. We're 7 minutes into the game. I just broke 10,000 damage. That's perfectly fine. I get radared by the Petro, but I know it's a Petropavlovsk, so I just full reverse, and if I see anyone start targeting me, I will turn in, but it looks like none of them targeted me. They didn't have time during the Petro radar, so I just keep putting in damage on the Iowa. This is what the Mogami does so well, especially with IFHE. He might have gone dark, I don't care, I know which way he was going. Battleships don't handle that well, so I even blind fire where he's going, and in fact I score 6 hits there, and I keep blind firing where I suspect he might be heading. I even popped the fighter plane, not to protect against any carrier, but just to potentially grant vision of any of these enemy ships. I only landed 1 hit with that blind fire, trying to get some fires in or some additional damage as he goes behind the island. It looks like, well, this is a clear-cut win, but games in World of Warships are rarely that clear-cut if you get an early advantage. Because players have this kind of urge to win harder, and it tends to lead to some very, very questionable moves. Also, for some reason, my Stalingrad is in our spawn, and my Östergötland is in our spawn. Some extremely questionable positions, which means that we're actually losing a lot of information and a lot of map positioning. So this game is actually far from over. Even though the score might imply it's over, the amount of positioning my team is giving up right now is going to become a huge problem. And the booster gets deleted in the center. And once again, I keep doing what a cruiser does best. Sitting behind an island, shooting, 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 shooting. This is what you want to be doing. I serve no one by trying to push up somewhere there and dying. I need to conserve my health because this game is, once again, gonna continue for a good while. My Montana pushes up to brawl the Petro, which, unless he deletes him instantly, might be a very, very dangerous move indeed. The Petro citadels the Montana, and I need to start providing supporting fire, because obviously the Montana is watching this rush big time. I'm giving a full broadside to the Petra because I'm still undetected. There's a risk that I will be spotted here. I need to see where his guns are pointed. They're pointed away from me. That means I still can shoot him safely. Note that I'm making sure to keep my nose against the Iowa because, as I mentioned, when you're spotted in a Mogami, when you're spotted in a cruiser, expect battleships to shoot you. Always. I'm trying to angle, I'm trying to mitigate the damage, but at this point I am expecting to get chunked because Mogami armor is so pitiful. I dodged the first volley, I think from the Iowa, but there's still the Izuma left, potentially the Montana left, and I still have a long way to go before I get this Petropavlovsk killed. I'm getting a lot of supporting firing in here, potentially allowing my Montana to win this fight. I'm trying to reverse even away from the Iowa's range, but 16,000 damage straight through the nose. I was perfectly angled, and it was only an Iowa, not really the biggest threat at this tier, but he almost took half my health in a single volley. That's what I mean about trying to avoid being shot at all. In the time it took me to kill that Petro, however, look at the score. My team has lost half their ships. The enemy team actually has a ship advantage. The enemy team is pushing super aggressively into the center. We are suddenly in a lot of trouble. My team is completely out of position, and an easy win is now looking like potentially a significant loss. And if I had thrown my ship away, there would be no way to recover this game anymore. But I still have 23,000 health left on my Mogami. I see what the enemy team is doing. I send one set of these 10-kilometer torps towards the center, since I think the Montana is going to angle either against the Stalingrad or just going to push south, whereas the Iowa looks like he wants to push into C and potentially secure the C objective. So I basically first you launch your torps. Don't shoot, get spotted, then launch your torps. That's a guaranteed way to give too much broadside and get deleted. You launch your torpedoes while you're undetected, while they don't expect them, while they don't know they're coming, and then when you have given them a fair time to travel, like here, that's when you can start opening up, start putting in some additional damage. At this point though, my torps look so good on the Montana, I'm not even going to bother shooting. I break his engine, cause a flooding, he gets deleted by the Stalingrad, so that's one part of the problem dealt with, and then I start putting pressure on the Iowa. The reason why I'm shooting now is because Montana died, and Montana was the only one who could spot me, which means I'm once again doing what a cruiser should be doing. I'm undetected and dealing damage. More importantly, I'm starting fires, and he's damage conning them while my torpedoes are in the water. I stop shooting again. I'm detected. There's no point risking it. I can see my torpedoes are going to finish the job. Why would I risk being shot at in the last second by him? There is no benefit to it. Health is a value that you need to conserve just as anything else in World Warships is. For some reason, people can be careful with conserving their smokes, they can be careful with conserving their radars, their speed boost, their reload boosters, but health is something that they are so comfortable throwing away. And I've never really understood this. Health is what keeps you as a fighting unit. The more health you have, the more plays you can make, the more dangerous, risky moves you can make, and the bigger your potential playmaking ability is. We have killed the center pressure. I have a Massachusetts pushing up here. So once again, we're moving back towards the island, trying to find an angle where I can potentially shoot this Izumo, potentially support my team.
Okay, folks. Okay, so as I was saying before, one of the most important things in this game, number one, is watching that mini-map in the bottom right-hand corner. And number two, your positioning in relation to the other ships in the game. Now, if you have any questions, throw in chat, and let's go back to the video here.
Scary. They have an Izumo, he matches my armor. They have a Kurfürst, he matches all my armor, and he's extremely resistant to my HE. And they have an Alaska and a Venezia, both brutally strong against my ship. I'm trying to ping, trying to get my Östergötland, who's done a bit of a tour, trying to get him to understand that he needs to go secure the objective for the team, because we really need to start gaining some points, because, well, at this point we still have an 80-point lead, but that's not going to last if they have 2 points ticking and with potentially my teammates dying. The Östergötland finally understands and starts turning in towards the objective and starts securing it. As long as you hold cap control, as we did in the early game, you can play safe. If you don't have cap control, at some point you will be forced to push in and play aggressive. And in a Mogami, in a light cruiser, or in a cruiser in general, that's not something you want to do. There are exceptions like of Stalingrad and Petra that has the armor and tankiness to push in, but most of the cruisers, they rather want the enemy team to push into them while they are in a position to kite away. Because when you kite away, well, you see, I can use terrain to farm them, I can drop preemptive torpedoes where they're going, and this is not with a concealment build. Keep that in mind, my concealment is 10.5. I'm running the rudder shift on the Mogami, not the concealment. So even then, I was still able to use my 10-kilometer torps on 2 different battleships because the enemy team was pushing into me. And it's always an advantage if you can force the enemy team to play aggressive towards you instead of having to do the other way around. Speaking of that, the Izuma is pushing up, so I start shooting and I instantly start angling away. I want to be in a position where I can easily disengage and not in a position where I might be forced to sit nose in. Izuma targets me, decides no, I'm not that tempting of a target because there's a rune sailing who was caught nose in and is now forced full broadside as he tries to disengage, and he becomes a very juicy target for all of the enemy team. I'm trying to tell him to get back. He's far too overextended as a cruiser. He shouldn't be playing that aggressive as a cruiser, especially against the stuff that they have. But he's probably going to be dead by that crossfire, whereas me on the other hand, well, I'm kiting away, I'm dealing damage, and I'm putting a lot of pressure on the enemy team, while at the same time maintaining a lot of angling. I'm tempted to stop shooting, because there's potential 2 targets that can shoot me, but I'm angled so well against most of them, and Izuma has used his damage con, so I think it's more important here to try to secure the kill for my team. I am, however, sailing towards this island here, because if I can, breaking line of sight and using islands to my advantage is what I should be doing. That's what good playing a cruiser looks like. Always look for an opportunity to break that line of sight and get yourself in a position where you're undetected and you can just free farm. Because that Kurfürst, he can easily kill me from there. I do, however, manage to break line of sight behind the island, and I instantly start slowing down. I also see the Kurfürst shells, so even better reason to slow down. His shells go wide and land in front of me. I managed to finally get behind the island. There was a brief time I was looking for that position where I can sit undetected, and this is where, of course, we full stop. Why wouldn't we? Optimal cruiser position, able to farm a ship without being shot at. These are the situations, the positions you should look for. At this point, I'm keeping an eye out on the Kurfürst and my range. If he enters my range, he will grant vision for the enemy team, but that will be far too late because I have already picked up the Izuma. There's the Jutland. He will easily kill the Kurfürst in a 1 versus 1, as long as he doesn't suicide in. There's 3 minutes remaining, so I pop fighter plane to get some vision of this Venezia, and I look for opportunities to support my Massachusetts. Once again, we drop the torpedoes while we are undetected and we can't be seen. And then we start looking for the possible Venezia. He's behind the island, so I instantly shoot, because once again, if he's behind the island, he can't shoot back at me. These are the opportunities you want to be looking for. I get another volley off before he comes around the island, and now that he's coming around the island, well, now we wait and see. His guns are turned the other way. I am tempted to take this shot, and I will in fact go for it, because the way he turned, his guns will be pointed the other way, so he can only use his front guns, and he even has AP loaded, which is even better for me, because I can just angle against that low caliber AP and take very little damage indeed. Meanwhile, we continue to just pour in this damage. You do fantastic damage against, well, basically everything with IFHE Mogami, but cruisers in particular, if they can't trade well against you, they will melt. Venezia is forced to use his smoke. I'm keeping an eye out. Is he trying to rush me? Because we don't want to get stuck in battle. That's the worst thing that can happen in Mogami. You get stuck in battle. You want to use Mogami's speed. You want to use Mogami's concealment. You want to do this kind of hit and run. Take a break between shooting. Go behind terrain. Take a break. Drop torpedoes. And then open up again from another position. You don't want to be in these extended non-stop firefights where eventually you will eat that huge volley and you will go down. Meanwhile, Alaska is pushing the center, and this Venezia looks like he is trying to push through the gap. So I'm trying to look for an opportunity to this time play aggressive, because if he tries to go nose in against me, well, at this range he doesn't get really the angle that he needs for the sap, and I have a Massachusetts supporting me. He pops up, and it looks like he is going for the Massachusetts. I angle in against potential sap volleys, and I get huge HE hits on him. He is, however, too focused on the mesa. I cancel my turn. That is the advantage of having that fast rudder shift instead of running concealment. Your rudder shift is something like 4.3 seconds, so you kind of handle like a DD. You can quickly cancel and angle against any potential threats. I'm trying to see if he's going to turn around or if I can get shots in on the Alaska, but it looks like this Venezia is committing to this push. I'm hoping the Massachusetts will just kill him, but there is a risk that he will mess it up, so we're going to do a full turn and basically cut him off, so the Venezia can't escape this way should he win this trade. It also allows me, once I have killed this Venezia, to potentially use the terrain, the island here, to farm the Alaska behind the Venezia. So we're planning ahead, trying to use terrain and stealth to our advantage. Getting some hits in on the Venezia, starting a fire, and this helps the Massachusetts finish off the kill. The Alaska can potentially kill the Massachusetts, but once again, we are in that position I just mentioned. I'm full stopping again, slowing down, because I'm in a perfect position to farm this Alaska to death. The Venezia kills off the Mesa, but the time ticks out, which is a bit of a shame, because I could probably have quite easily farmed this Alaska, once again, while undetected from behind an island. Note that when this game started, we were, what, 5, 6, 7 minutes into the match, with basically no damage dealt whatsoever. This game ended, 206,000 damage. Why were we able to do this damage? Because we stayed alive. We remained as an active fighting unit, and once the game started turning, we were able to prevent it from turning into a loss. That's why you don't throw away your ships. That's why you don't throw away your DDs, and more importantly, you don't throw away your cruisers. A cruiser, the less ships are alive, the more powerful a cruiser becomes. Because there's less ships that can spot you, less ships that can cause crossfires, and more opportunities to use terrain, the way I was using it, to just farm, and deal damage. 308 hits, 5 torpedo hits, 2 incaps, 2 destroys, 11 fires with IFH She build, which means our fire chance isn't really that good. Team score wise, 2,700 base XP in a tier 10 game. The Massachusetts did it quite well, coming in second, but overall this was, if we had not been alive, if we had played too aggressive and got ourselves killed, this would almost guaranteed have been a loss. This is how important it is to you to not throw away health for no reason. Always calculate the benefits, and don't push into situations that you can't control or you don't know what you're pushing into. Pushing into the unknown in a cruiser is always stupid. Because if there is a hard counter waiting for you then you just die. There are some exceptions with that, of course, which is, for example, if you're playing an Italian cruiser and you have that smoke to escape with. And that's why the next video I feature will be the Brindisi, because when you have the smoke, you can play a bit differently when it comes to cruiser positioning. Regardless, detailed report, 308 hits, 129,000 damage, 5 torps, 50k, and the 11 fires, even though 11 fires is nice, didn't actually give me as much damage as they could have, only 27,000 damage. You could get a lot more with potentially far more impressive damage here. The actual shells shot at us, or the actual shells we ate, were 15 AP shells. The rest of the time, we avoided them. And this is something that you should absolutely take pride in. If you're dealing a lot of damage, the less damage you take in return, the better you have positioned that game. Regardless of what anyone tells you, if someone comes in and say, oh wow, that was so cowardly, then you can just tell them, wow, you're a really bad player. Because that's what he's basically telling you. He's telling you that he doesn't know how the game is played. And I mean, you want that guy on the opponent team. You want that guy to be that cruiser that rushes out into the open, instantly dies, and gives your team an advantage. Let me show you guys my recommended build for the Mogami. As usual, let me start with the equipment. Now on a Mogami, I do prefer the 155mm guns over the 203mm guns. It's important to note that you lose basically a third of your guns when you upgrade. I say upgrade with quotation marks, because you go from 15 guns to 10 guns. Your actual HEDPM falls something like from 234,000 to I think 132. So you're basically having your DPM when you get this upgrade. So Mogami, in my opinion, has always shined with 155. Note that because the caliber is 155 as well, if you run IFHE, you get that magical 38mm pen, whereas ships that have 152mm and they run IFHE, well, they usually only reach 37mm. So having that slight edge in caliber is actually very significant on the Mogami, especially since, well, many ships that you face, for example, sorry about my phone, many ships that you face, for example, the American battleships, they tend to have 38mm deck armor. Right. Anyways, moving on to the actual build itself, now that I've done justifying it. Sea hull, torpedoes, faster engine, everything else just you upgrade. Turret and torpedo survival, hydro duration, since you do want to be running hydro. The defensive AA is a very weak consumable, and not to mention your AA is complete garbage tier. Still better than Belfast's AA though, so, well, I think they're kind of equal. Basically both useless. Faster turret traverse. Being able to run the turret traverse has actually helped alleviate one of the great weaknesses of the Mogami, and that is the really poor turret traverse. In the past, you always ran better dispersion. These days, I run turret traverse because I like being able to quickly flip my guns around when I'm repositioning my ship, and as you probably saw that game, I like to reposition quite a lot to find that optimal position where I can farm damage. Faster acceleration and faster rudder shift. Note that you can run concealment, and I don't think it's a bad choice. I think concealment Mogami is perfectly viable. I think on EU actually I run concealment, and on Russia I run rudder shift. It's entirely up to your playstyle. But I do say that if you do run this, then you get a pretty hilarious 4.3 second rudder shift. We combine with the speed and the turning circle, making the Mogami very agile indeed. In fact, if you go back and look at the way I was turning out to use all my guns on the Venezia, and then he shot me, and I still managed to turn in an angle in time, and that's because the rudder shift is so ridiculously fast. It is quite fun to play it using this. Captain build wise, the Wave Captain, since chat loves this captain. Priority target, I would say probably go last stand first. Mogami's rudder breaks so very easily, and the engine kind of breaks pretty easily as well. Overall, last stand is just too good to overlook. Follow it up with Demolition Expert, and I would say get IFHE pretty early. I actually like IFHE, even with the nerfs to the fire chance. With the flags and this, you only get an 8% fire chance, but the raw damage output is just so absurd with this many guns that I really prefer it. If not, you can get Concealment Expert first, that's okay as well. You do want to get Adrenaline Rush as soon as possible, and Expert Marksman once again because of that poor turret verse. Expert Loader is nice for those few situations where ships are giving you a lot of broadside at close range, where battleships can be farmed quite well by AP, and of course if cruisers give you too much broadside, no reason not to AP them. So don't get too stuck on the HE, even if the last game was a lot of farming nose and ships, because then you obviously want to be using HE. Flag wise, fire chance, pretty straightforward. Fire and flood chance, improve your speed. Consumable usage, not really that important on this thing. I run detonation flag just for the sake I wanted to make video, and I don't really like the RNG factor of detonating. AA flag, kind of useless as well. I run it because I have a lot of them, but there are better choices. Well, I mean, there's not a whole lot of choices left, but once again, the AA is so meager. The important flags are the fire and flood chance, speed, and maybe fire and detonation. The rest, whatever. Regardless, that was my Mogami guide on, or example on positioning and how I like to play it. And I do find the Mogami to be a very powerful ship, and there's no reason why you can't have success in it, even to this day. Carriers, of course, makes it much harder, because then whenever you position behind islands, you have to take into account the risk of planes showing up and spotting you, which will once again force you to open water gunboat or to disengage. In those cases especially, I find the rudder shift to be better, because if you want to be shooting in the open, you also want to be able to dodge more effectively. Right, next up we will have the Brindisi, and the way you can play the Italian cruisers. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I'll talk to you guys next time.
Okay, any questions there, folks? Okay, so positioning is key. Like, do not underestimate positioning. This may seem laborious. Friggin' means nothing. It means a lot. Start of the game, mid game, end game. Positioning is so key. So what we're going to do here now is we're going to switch to the Brindisi now as the example for cruiser positioning. And the Brindisi is the Tier 9 Italian cruiser. So if you have any questions, just throw in chat. Remember, Bob's your uncle. And if Bob's not your uncle, request a name change. We want to all be on the same page here. Okay, so enjoy any questions, chat. Anything else, chat.
Hello everyone! Today I'm going to be featuring the Brindisi in our second cruiser positioning vid. Whereas the last one was mostly focused on utilizing a very squishy cruiser and utilizing especially terrain to keep yourself entirely safe, this game will be more about making you an unattractive target to shoot. Because you can't always hide behind islands and farm, especially in something like the Brindisi where you have SEP, very fast shell velocity, great range as well, but not exactly useful for arcing over islands, and not that many islands to use on this map to actually utilize either. I'm also featuring this game because it's Epicenter, which is one of the most frustrating game modes in World of Warships right now, and that is because this is a game mode that quickly snowballs out of control. And that is because most of the players, I don't know if they don't understand or they simply don't care, but players often just avoid the objective. And that's why when you play this game mode, it's important that you try to support the objective, especially at the start of the match. Because if the enemy team gets to camp it for free, well, you're gonna have a 5-6 minute game, and honestly no one really enjoys that. Sometimes even if you try your best, you just get killed because no one else is interested in helping and you still lose it. Epicenter is a bit rough in that sense. So my first goal here is to move towards the objective. Move towards the center of the objective. I get spotted on a way. RPF lets me know there's a DD pushing in, so obviously we're angling away and we're gonna avoid this, making ourselves an unappealing target to shoot while we try to get ourselves undetected. Trying to get behind the island so I can push up and support. Because I have a black pushing into the cap, a radar DD, and more importantly a very stealthy DD. If I can get into a position to support him, we can probably win the early game, the early objective control, which is exactly what I'm looking for. Now, when you play a cruiser, especially one like the Brindisi, which is, honestly, it's a long cruiser, it's a fairly large cruiser, and he's got a huge citadel. So anytime you give broadside in this thing, you're risking just being straight up devastated. Brindisi is very easy to devastate. 150mm citadel plating is just enough to arm basically every AP shell out there, while not enough to actually shatter any of them at basically any range. So when you pick fights in this thing, especially with that 17.1 km range, you're going to be spotted from the moon. So when you pick fights, you want to pick fights in such situations that you make a very unappealing target, and you want to try to make them as 1 versus 1 as possible. In this case, the Riga is pushing in, trying to of course radar my black, trying to put pressure on him. So we turn in, we start angling away from the Riga, and we pick him as our sole target. If you look at the minimap, the only one who can really get good shots in on me right now, well, it's the Riga right there. And if you look at my positioning, I'm angling away from him as basically as sharply as I can. I'm stopping as well, playing with my speed, and at this 17 km range, whereas most cruisers kind of struggle to get that good volleys in at this range, Italian SEP in particular, has great shell speed, great shell travel time. There's a couple of ships trying to take some pot shots at me, but you can see just how well I'm angled against them. He shoots one volley and he gets basically, what, 4,000 damage, and he's like, not really worth the effort. Note that this is something you don't really want to do in tier 8 ships as often as you do in tier 9s, because in tier 9s you can take a bit of chip damage and you can heal up to recover it. But in tier 9s in particular, you risking a bit of health just to get this map presence, just to force this radar cruiser out away from the center so that my black can do what he's doing now, which is smoke up radar and just start farming the enemy destroyer, is well worth it. because this is what wins you games. You need to support your DD. You need to put pressure on the enemy. You need to deny him from playing as aggressive as he would want to. The Kitakaze, he has to be afraid if I'm sailing around in the center because, well, Sap deletes destroyers. We use the smoke, try to get some extra damage in on the Vladivostok, but the smoke is about to fade, so obviously we don't want to sit in any position that leaves us completely vulnerable. Our smoke has 5 seconds left, so we start slowly accelerating, but there's honestly not too much to worry about right now. We are securing the main objective, and that is what we came to the center to do. Keep in mind that turning like this is something you only do when you're undetected. One of the biggest mistakes I see cruiser players do is they shoot first, get themselves spotted, and then initiate their turn. And that's a good way to get yourself devastated. You always turn first, then shoot, in that order. You make an escape path for yourself, like here, I want to shoot this Alaska, I get spotted, but we're already turning away. If the Riga was still hanging around in the center, well, I would already be angling steeply away from him. And that's what I'm taking into account here. I can't see the Riga, but there's a chance he might be here. So we're playing safe. We're angling. We're putting ourselves into a position where he will not get any good shots in. And he was in fact pushing the center. But because we were already angling away, he never really got that shot that he was looking for, that he was hoping to get. I launch torps, and then I see my black is heading towards them. I instantly ping him to get back, and then if you see in the minimap, I pinged a straight line through the squares to let him know which path my torpedoes were taking. Generally, obviously, you want to avoid torping backline, and I thought that my black would not close the distance towards the enemy radar cruiser, but it looked like he was considering it. So if you see anything like that, just instantly go ham with the pings like I did. Just let them know. If the player is paying any attention, all those pings and all those notifications will be enough to make him at least look at you and go like, hey, what are you doing? And then he'll see the torpedoes and go, ah, that's what he wanted. And the idea with those torps is, of course, if that cruiser tried to push in aggressively, then those torpedoes would cut him off. In return, the Riga decides to turn out, trying to disengage, tries to take some shots at us, but as you can see, if you look at my angling, if you look how extreme the angles is, this is utilizing the Brindisi's greatest strength, which is these fantastic firing angles. I can use my front guns from this angle. The Riga has no chance of really dealing any damage to me whatsoever, and I'm just in full reverse, chasing him, making sure that he does not get away with his life intact, and we pick up the kill. And with Luigi Sansonetti, this means we just increased our range to 18.5, which is of course always worth it. Vladivostok tries to contest the cap, and we start putting pressure on him in return. This is what Epicenter really is all about. Now you see on the minimap, you see a lot of our battleships, a lot of their battleships. They're playing the flanks, they're sailing around on 1, 2, 10 lines, whatever. You see this a lot. That has nothing to do with this game mode. That's just poor positioning. There is nothing of value on these flanks. There's nothing important on these flanks. You see a lot of people play here, you shouldn't be playing there. What the enemy team needs now is some battleship firepower to push into the center and delay the game, and they don't really have it. So they're trying to push in with cruisers instead. And I'm of course here to delay them as much as possible. The Alaska shows up, and that's a problem because as you can see, the Alaska and the Brindisi are in the same clan, so that's most likely a division. And with the Vladivostok in the center and these two potentially two-manning me, that means a trade that I cannot win. So we're playing very, very safe. I want to support my black, of course. I want to support this objective as much as I can. But look at my angling again. The ships that I'm fighting are the only ships that can shoot me. And the ships that can shoot me have to shoot my extremely angled ship in order to get any damage in. This is what you're looking for when you're playing any sort of heavy cruiser. Make yourself as unattractive of a target as possible. And at these ranges, of course, Sap is very, very effective. He looks like he was aiming his guns at me in return, so we use the smoke to just sit here and deal damage. Because why not? If you can, the same things that we went over in our Mogami commentary applies here as well. If you are able to deal damage without taking any damage in return, you're playing your cruiser well. That is what you want to be doing. This is the optimal situation right here. And Alaska, well, he's like, well, damn, that guy's outside of my radar range. I'm not getting any damage in, and I'm taking these huge sap volleys every volley. He disengages. He can't afford to make this push. And his teammate is there. Well, they're kind of bumping into each other. They're like, well, now the Brindisi is hesitating to push in because the Alaska is running away. So I switched to him as well. Basically keeping the pressure up. 10,000 on a Brindisi. And now the Brindisi is as well like, oh god, I just took so much damage. I'm going to disengage as well. And this is the kind of deterrent that you provide. Generally, people do when people take big hits when they try to push in, they get hesitant. They don't really want to take that push after all. And even though there are 3 cruisers there, and they're all targeting me at this point, I'm thinking even the Vladivostok, and once again, I'm angled extremely well. I'm already kiting away, and they're not making any headway on this cap. I'm kind of
Any questions, throw in chat, folks. We're only too happy to oblige.
playing like door guard to this objective. I'm not letting them in. And this means, of course, that my black, well, he can sail around there spotting, he can launch torpedoes, he can shoot from behind islands, he can do whatever he wants, because every time anyone tries to push in, he spots them and I deal damage to them. This is how you play around your DDs. Of course, it requires a DD with a functioning brain, which is pretty rare actually to find these days, but if you find one, there's no excuse not to try to help him as much as possible. Now, however, this Vladivostok is pushing around the island, the Bismarck is joining in as well, and I'm not sure what's going on with this Iowa on the flank, so I decide it's time to reposition, especially since I got an FDG coming back from the 1-2 line, which means that I will have a potential crossfire from that angle, and that's of course something you want to utilize. You want to utilize crossfires in all ships, but SAP of course does so much better against any sort of broadsides, so having a FDG that will force them to angle against him is very, very useful. Looks like the cruiser's bailed, so I'm gonna see if I can push in and support my DD again. I don't really want to leave the objective. Why would I? This is the place where I'm dealing damage. This is a place where I can continually use my guns, and ultimately that's how you rack up those big numbers. That's how you get those big scores. You put yourself in a position where you can shoot. The island protects me from the Vladivostok. There's no risk of a crossfire. If any of the cruisers suddenly pop up in front of me, well, I can just angle in nose against them. And with this much firepower, the Fleet de Grossa having arrived, the cruisers can't really afford to take an open water gunfight in the middle of the objective with me right now. They can try, but they will most certainly die before I die. It looks like they're gearing up to perhaps get some sort of push in. You can see just how much holding this central objective has given us. The ship count is pretty much even. We have 1 ship advantage, but the score is 850 to 290, 12 minutes into the game. And this is just because, well, objective control. That is what decides epicenter outcomes, is objective controls. I want to shoot, but once again, the age-old rule, you turn away first. Look at my ship in the bottom left. Only when we're basically even and already in our full turn do we shoot. If anyone aims at us now, as they're doing, well, we're already angling away. I'm dropping preemptive torps on the Alaska since the Donskoy appears to be sailing around to the left. I don't really know what the Donskoy is doing though. There's really no reason for what he's doing. It's making life pretty difficult actually because, well, I think he's gonna get himself deleted. Generally speaking, Alaska is the bane of all cruisers. You do not want to push into an Alaska. You do not want to pick fights with an Alaska. The Vladivostok on the flank bothers me. I'm taking him as my main target because my positioning is perfect as long as the Vladivostok doesn't live. Because you could see the perfect broadside he had on me and the potential devastating power he had. Shooting him meant that the Brindisi and Alaska got to sail past, but honestly, well worth the trade just to make sure the Vladivostok died and I can't be crossfired. As long as I can't be crossfired, I cannot be killed. I smoke up, but I'm just within that Alaska range, so we accelerate out of it, and now we're trying to bait out that Alaska radar potentially. Just making sure I don't eat any unnecessary damage, especially since we are quite close to winning this match. Donskoy gets himself deleted. Not surprising, honestly. You don't want to pick fights with Alaska. Bismarck is also pushing in, so we're going to try to put some damage on him as well. Any damage we can put in on this pushing enemy team, the better. The ship count is actually even. We have a huge points advantage thanks to objective control. While the enemy team has been struggling to get any objective control, our play in the center has ensured us objective control. Alaska pushes around the flank and he becomes my priority target. As I mentioned, Alaska is scary. Alaska eats enemy cruisers alive. So we give him a lot of respect, we angle very, very steeply, and we take him as our focus target. He's forced to probably angle quite effectively against the New Mexico, and while he's forced to do this, or I think he's even hunting down my York, we unload as much sap on him as we possibly can. Any damage we can do to him, and especially if we can kill him off, that will make our life so much easier. And more importantly, he's their last radar cruiser. If we kill the last radar cruiser, what exactly can they do against the USS Black? Not a whole lot. And that's obviously an even bigger reason to focus him down. Alaska, while scary, if you can shoot him for free in the Brindisi like this, if you can find firing angles on him, he melts quite quickly because that sap is just so damn consistent. We don't get the kill, New Mexico picks it up, but ultimately it doesn't matter. We get rid of the Alaska, which means this entire right flank is now empty and clear, which means that I can push up closer and I can utilize the terrain on the right side of the island. As long as the Alaska had that part of the map, as long as the Alaska had that map control, pushing up meant pushing up into a crossfire. Now that the Alaska is gone, pushing up is suddenly an option. Somewhat surprisingly, the enemy team had a failed division with the Queen Elizabeth, but that Queen Elizabeth actually killed our Alaska in a 1 versus 1 on that flank. I'm not sure what happened on that flank, but him pushing up is actually becoming quite an issue right now, because as I said at the very start of this game, your big threat in the Brindisi is crossfires. Huge citadel, very vulnerable, and even a Queen Elizabeth can easily just blap you. Those are what, 381mm guns against your armor? He can citadel you at basically any range whatsoever. So I'm trying to get the kill on him, but it looks like I'm not getting the volleys I need. He turns in behind the island with, oh, how little health was that? I think I hit him for 6,000 and he gets behind the island and survives, which is unfortunate because now I can't shoot him anymore, and it looks like he's gonna get a heal ticking behind there. So he's gonna be a constant threat. I'd like to get rid of him because this game is still not over. If they pick up some kills with 4 versus 4 at this point of the game, Epicenter generates points so incredibly quickly, and the entire cap is turning red, and every time they secure one of the objectives, they also secure a chunk of points. So once again, even though the game seemed in the bag, it's still not over. And that's something people really need to learn. Until you have 1,000 points, the game isn't over. And this applies to both people suiciding in, as well as people just giving up. There's no chance we can recover from this. Honestly, anything is possible in World Warships. I've seen people throw the most easily winnable games ever. So there's no reason really to give up on it. They had 3 ships in the cap. Whereas this might seem like an advantage, the problem with having all 3 ships in a central position like this is that, well, I can once again find an angle to shoot from. You know what's special about this angle? Not just am I using our Mugami lesson here, using terrain as cover, but I'm also angled against both the battleships. If the Queen Elizabeth pops up, I'm angled against him. If the Bismarck shoots us, we're angled against him and we're already ready to kite away. And both the cruisers, we're keeping them behind the island where they can't shoot us. The plane spotting from the Queen Elizabeth spots us, but we accelerate, and because our citadel is, well, kind of behind the island, he can only really shoot at our stern. And his next volley, well, we're just kiting away from him. So just really safe way of trading. Really safe way of dealing chip damage. And that's the downside of putting yourself in a position where you have no crossfires. Ruin looks like he's going to push up, so we're obviously going to sail out to meet him. AP would probably be quite good against this Ruin, but I'm so used to Ruin trolling me with Overpens and that weird turtleback just trolling me, so I'm just going to stick to Sap here because it's generally, I find it to be more consistent against the likes of Ruin and Hipper because of that weird Citadel. Sometimes you get it fine, sometimes it trolls you, and right now I don't feel like throwing this game by stubbornly insisting on AP, so we're just gonna chip him down steadily with some sap. I have plenty of health, I'm really well angled. Once again, you can look at my positioning. The only ship that can really shoot me is the Ruin, and with this kind of angle, I can just easily chip him to death with the sap and pick up a free kill. We get the kill, so we start reversing back towards the objective, back towards the center, maintaining our angling at all times. Because why wouldn't we? The Brindisi is pushing around the corner by the looks of it, and so is the Bismarck, so we want to drop preemptive torpedoes on them. And if the Brindisi comes around too eagerly, you've noted that I'm actually switched from SAP to AP. Sometimes you do want to switch to AP. I pop the spotter plane, because the spotter plane might give me vision of what's going on behind the island, and that's obviously what I'm looking for. The Queen Elizabeth spots me, so we start accelerating a bit, making sure we're not becoming an easy target, and Brindisi comes around the corner, giving too much broadside. I mentioned this ship is very easy to citadel, and there's a pretty good example of what happens to a Brindisi that provides any sort of broadside. This is why we play so safe, this is why we angle. Battleships do that even easier to you, so there's no reason to give too much broadside. I'm tempted to use the torps on my right side, but the Queen Elizabeth has such a juicy broadside on me that I decide it's not worth risking my ship just to get some potential extra damage in, and we respectively angle. Once again, maintaining our basically perfect angling for this game and making sure that no one gets to shoot our broadside for free. At this point the score is ticking out, so it doesn't matter what this Bismarck does as long as it doesn't kill us all, and kiting away means that we win this game on points. A full 20-minute game. The reason I show this is because how often do you see full 20-minute games on Epicenter? It really doesn't happen often because people don't understand the value of that objective. 1.3 million, this is of course with a fair bit of flags, only really high caliber as our reward, but 231,000 damage with only one torpedo hit, which means a whole lot of sap being used this game. 255 hits, 3 kills, 3 citadels, 5 cap defenses, 1 full cap and 2 assisted captures. Objective play, boys. That's what wins you matches. That is what wins you games. How do I increase my win rate? You play around the objective. Team score wise, almost 3,000. If you could have picked up perhaps a few of the kills that just barely slipped by, quite easily 3,000 base XP game. Still a good game overall, and I'm glad to see that the black came in second. His play in the center is what allowed us to execute our play in return. That is one of the main downsides of the Italian cruisers, which is something I've said in the past, is that you are a very selfish ship. You don't have a lot of team utility. You don't have hydro, you don't have radars. So if you don't have the utility to support your DD, you have to support him with your play style instead. And this is what this game was very much about. Supporting the black just with our positioning, with our firepower, because we don't have any consumables to do it. In a radar cruiser, it's much easier. You park behind an island and you radar the objective. Tada! You're a huge help to your team. When you don't have those consumables, it becomes significantly more difficult to be as useful. Detailed report-wise, mostly stamp, of course, 208,000 damage with that. A bit of AP, that one devastating volley on the Brindisi. I'm not sure what else we really fired. 1 torpedo, 1.1 million potential, and actually 30,000 spotting as well. Well, we were playing quite central, so it kind of racks up in random places. Overall though, damage received, you can see that we didn't take any huge hits. All the damage received was chip damage. At no point during this game were we even remotely close to dying. I don't think we even dropped below half HP. We played center of the map, we played close to the objective the entire game, and yet because of our angling, because of our positioning, at no point were we even remotely close to going low HP, remotely close to actually getting ourselves killed. And that is the power of positioning. The single most important lesson you can learn, and the single hardest thing to consistently execute, because it always changes. It changes depending on enemy lineups. Do they have a carrier? Do they not? How's our DDs doing? Are they losing? Are they winning? What kind of battleships do they have? How is the enemy team playing? Everything always affects them, and being able to switch it around on the fly based on what you're facing, that takes a lot of experience. And honestly, the best way to get that experience is just to play the game. You can't just learn positioning. Like, people have asked for these vids for a while, and the problem with these vids is that I could make 20 of these. I could make 50 of these. And even if you watched all of them, that would still only be scratching the surface. I can only give you examples and point you towards what I consider good play, but the best way to learn it is still by playing the game yourself. And sometimes you learn by, whoops, I just got crossfired, I got deleted. Now the first reaction might be, oh man, my team are idiots. But then you might want to go back and look at, well, hold on. Why exactly did I end up in a crossfire? Was it perhaps my own positioning? And when you have that revelation that you start actually critically looking at your own gameplay and recognizing the mistakes, that's when you kind of break through and you start becoming a significantly better player. Because I do say, don't rely too much on your team. Honestly, I kind of say don't rely on your team at all. Try to become self-sufficient. Not that easy in World of Warships, but the more self-sufficient you are, the more your deaths depend on your own mistakes and not your team mistakes, which helps you improve quite significantly. Anyway, I'm rambling now, so let me show you guys my recommended build for this ship. Alright, as always, let me start with the equipment. And now, the range versus hull upgrade. The problem with the hull upgrade is that it gives you one of the most important things, which is a rudder shift. Generally speaking, you need to get them both. In which order you take them is entirely up to you. Personally, I would probably take the heel and the rudder shift first, because you can play around poor range, but playing around a really poor rudder shift in a ship like Brindisi is very difficult indeed. So hull and range would be my order. Obviously, you want to get them both though. Turret and torpedo survival. Engine survival. You don't have hydro, so no reason to run anything else. Better dispersion. You end up shooting quite a lot of long range volleys with that sap, so improving that dispersion does help you a fair bit. Faster rudder shift. You can run acceleration, but even with this mod, the rudder shift is only 8.6. So honestly, I prefer it for the additional maneuverability. That's not to say that acceleration is a bad upgrade. I think both are excellent. It's entirely up to your playstyle. Better concealment and faster reload. I kind of get my extra range from the spotter plane and potentially Luigi Sansonetti if you have him. Spotter plane for obvious reasons, because the fighter plane is absolute useless garbage. Captain build wise, I would say the standard build is priority target. If you have Sansonetti, expert loader, probably even without it, you still want the expert loader because the reload is so brutally long on these Italian cruisers. I do like expert marksman because the turret traverse is terrible. Superintendent, additional smoke, additional heal, additional spotter plane. You saw me even run out of the smokes in that game because in long games you can easily run through them. And concealment expert. After that, you absolutely do want to mix adrenaline rush in. And the thing with the Italian cruisers is you got a fair bit of choices here. You got a fair bit of options. IFHE, of course, you don't need because of SAP. And fire prevention isn't really that necessary. You have smoke to disengage with and you only suffer from normal fires. So personally, I choose RPF for the additional information. I do think it's the best way of spending points on the ship. It gives you so much additional information, and especially since one of your goals is to remain angled and play with your concealment when need be, this gives you all the extra information that you need. Even if your concealment is quite poor, and even if you will struggle to actually use it to ambush too many ships, there is no such thing as having too much information in World of Warships. The more you know, the more you can prepare for the upcoming battle. Flag-wise, well, you don't need to run fire flags on this one, of course, so fire reduction, heal, speed, faster consumables, that's pretty much the basic ones. Anything else you mix in is nice. I run the AA flag and the detonation flag, neither really that necessary. Your AA, of course, is that hilariously poor 4.6 km Italian range. Overall, the ship, if you can maintain angling using the great firing angles, the ship nose and stern are 25, easily overmatchable, but against other cruisers, more than enough to effectively bounce basically all the AP they're throwing your way. If you can bait battleships into shooting your upper belt and citadel when angled, you can bounce. 380 millimeters can be bounced with deck and upper, the really high level plating, but don't try to nose in rush battleships. Even with your icebreaker, the nose is so gigantic that even the biggest of potatoes will be able to hit that thing. And you have a juicy big citadel behind it with icebreaker doesn't extend far enough. I don't even know if there's any hidden plates here, but regardless, the amount of damage you'll eat just on pins on this nose doesn't make any sort of YOLO rushes really that enjoyable in the ship. Try to utilize the advantages, and the advantages are good speed, fantastic firing angles, great range with really good shell velocity on the SAP, 950 meters per second, and it allows you to outtrade other really strong cruisers. Like you saw me outtrade the likes of Riga which I consider to be the strongest tier 9 tech tree cruiser, and the Alaska, which I consider to be basically one of the most busted premiums in the game. And the Brindisi can trade well against them, provided you follow those rules. Angling and range and not allowing yourself to ever get crossfire. It's not easy, but Brindisi is a ship that I quite enjoy because it is rewarding when you land the volleys, and it can also be extremely punishing. That is a good combination in my opinion. Anyway, that was my cruiser positioning for this one. Next up, I'm not really sure which one I should feature. I'm tempted to feature a more aggressive game. That means, of course, featuring one of the battle cruisers. Although they are technically cruisers, or although they are actually battle cruisers, but in World of Warships, they're all labeled as cruisers. So I'm tempted to maybe feature some hyper-aggressive Stalingrad or Alaska game to give you an idea of the things you can pull off if you have enough armor. Or maybe even Petra might be funny. We shall see. Regardless, thank you for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I will talk to you guys.
Okay, hope you enjoyed that, folks. So, never underestimate positioning. Positioning is so important. So now we've looked at a couple cruiser examples. If you have any questions, just throw in chat. But what we're going to do now is look at positioning of a battleship. This will be a premium tier 9. Just to give you a different perspective for battleship play. So we just had a couple videos on cruiser play. Now, Flemu, whether you like him or don't like him, really doesn't matter. We don't care. This is not the point in the exercise. The point in the exercise is understanding positioning and understanding how positioning relates to in-game versus theory. Now, this guy, Flemu, he knows a lot about this game, a lot more than the average guy. He's got a lot of experience, great player. And so let's take the time to take that experience and adapt it to our own understandings to develop our play styles. So without further ado, let's go into where we're looking at the Jean Bart in relation to positioning now in a battleship.
I'm going to be featuring the Jean Bart, not just because I haven't featured this ship in ages, and I don't play the ship too much, but more over the fact that I kind of want to do a bit of a series on positioning in a battleship. Or, well, more importantly, central positioning in a battleship. Those that watch my streams, well, you know that whenever I play battleships, there's one mantra that I keep repeating over and over and over and over again, and that is central positioning. If it is at all possible, I love having my battleship smack dab in the middle of the map. The reason for this is not just, of course, that, well, if you look at your firing range, you can basically cover the entire map, but it comes from understanding the role of the battleship. DD role, you cap and you spot mostly, and you fight other DDs, but that involves generally spotting other DDs. And cruiser role is kind of just, well, dealing damage and utility. But there is one thing that the battleship is so good at, and often people think this means tanking damage. That's battleship's role, and people tend to misunderstand this, thinking I need to tank in my battleship, so they push into these needlessly vulnerable positions, and then they get torpedoed or they get farmed by a cruiser hiding.
Okay, so did you hear what he just said there? This is one of the most important things to learn right now. How you push in. People push in with battleships. You've got people that are in the game that don't understand this, and they're baiting you to push. Why are you back on the line? This is a battleship. Battleship play is different. Every class is different. You play battleships different from cruisers. You play cruisers differently from destroyers. And one of the things you're going to get where guys in game are shaming you and not pushing in. It's totally wrong. Late in the game, you have to. You got no choice in a lot of circumstances. It just depends on the lay of the land, where the enemy is, where your team is. Simple as that. But pushing in, and especially at the beginning, guys think this is a great strategy. Well, guess what? It's not. So let's watch further here.
Behind an island, or they get farmed by a cruiser hiding in a smoke. And yes, they're taking damage, but they are needlessly, pointlessly tanking that damage, and it doesn't really benefit the team in any way. No, in my opinion, the fundamental role of a battleship is area control, area denial, and overall map control. Few ships are better at exuding map control than a battleship. See, that's one of the reasons why I love getting into the central positions, because, well, battleship guns are unique in this game. Anyone who gives broadside can get blapped, and they can get blapped hard. Cruisers, battleships, of course it depends on the battleship caliber and so forth, but generally speaking, a battleship in the center can bring its main strength, which is its guns, to bear on anything on the map. And in doing so, it shows so much presence and so much danger that every other ship on the battlefield has to kind of be worried. They have to take it into account whenever they turn, whenever they push somewhere. For example, these guys pushing this flank, because I am in the center, I can shoot their broadsides. They're dealing with the ships in front of them, and because of my central position, I can shoot their broadsides. I have a lot of map presence right now. I have a lot of influence on how I'm forcing the enemy to push to sail to basically control the map. On the other hand, if they would have done the same thing on the sea flank, well, because of my central position, I could have just turned my guns to that side instead and done the exact same thing. In fact, you're seeing the mines is turning around. He doesn't really want to push that flank anymore, and I am forcing them to change their plan. I am forcing them to play around my position. And this is really what a battleship is so good at. Getting map control for your team, making it hard for the enemy team to maneuver. The problem is when all the battleships go to the flanks. If you see, look at all the other battleships on my team, we have the Georgia and Tirpitz on one flank, the Sovietsky Soyuz on the other, is that, well, they're too far away to really support each other, because the maps are so large. If you're sitting at the flank, you're going to struggle to really support the other side. And of course, any enemy ships in the center, if they can shoot, can be somewhat vulnerable, but you lack that crossfire capacity. Now, Sean Bard, let's speak more of this battleship in particular. 380mm guns, reload booster. Yes, I love taking a central position, but that doesn't mean I want to go nose in. Yes, you have guns in the front, and it means it's fairly tanky nose in, but you have 32mm plating and 69k health, which means that if you're nose in, you can start being farmed by enemy ships. And once again, because we're exuding presence in the form of our guns, our role here isn't to be a damage pinata for people to farm. I see on the enemy ship, I see Ibukis, I see mines, I see Chapais, I see shores. These are all great HE spammers, and if the lighter ones are spec'd for IFHE, well, they're going to be doing massive damage to me. So obviously I don't want to be parked nose into the cap. I want to keep my nose pointed away from the enemy, so I do have the opportunity, the freedom to disengage if I so choose, if things get rough. If I suddenly get torpedoed from somewhere, if I eat some random ass huge penetrations, if I get set on triple fire and forced to damage con, I want the opportunity to be able to disengage from the situation. So you can hold a central position while at the same time having the freedom to disengage. Note that I'm showing my broadside towards the Amagi, but there is an island between us, and as long as I keep that island between me, no one else really has any sort of broadside shots on me. And this is something you want to keep in mind. Central positions, even though they are very strong and very powerful, they are also more vulnerable. So if you want to play the central battleship position, map awareness is so important. Now the good part about playing a battleship is that the reload is fairly long. So in between these shots, when you're waiting like 25 seconds, 30 seconds for your guns to reload, you can take that time to look at the minimap. This is one of, in fact, people ask me, how do I learn to play a battleship well? How do I basically learn map awareness? And I always say, play a battleship. Because there are these natural breaks in battleship gameplay every time your guns are reloading, and this is the time that you can basically train yourself to look at the minimap. The things you want to look at is, of course, first glance at enemy movement. Has there been any new changes? and then glance at what exactly is my team doing, and then go back to shooting, selecting targets, shooting, and so forth. But if you keep doing it and you build it into a habit, you will notice that your map awareness will grow greatly, and the more you do it, the more effective it will become. Some trolley dispersion here. I would have hoped to kill the shores. Would have hoped to do more damage to the Chapayev. But regardless, looking at my right flank, I can already see that my Sovietsky Soyuz is going to get overwhelmed, and my Donsko has ran away so far. He's probably not going to be able to support too much, so that flank is going to start leaking soon. Now, I do want to help as much as I can, and I do want to maintain this crossfire, but once again, we don't want to go nose in, because if we go nose in...
Okay, guys, so if you look at the mini map, you're going to see a DD there at H6.5. And this is where you have to look at your mini map and chasing ships. So originally, at that one cap on the far right-hand side there, guys were just chasing friggin' ships. And instead of shoring up the defenses with the other guys along the D line over towards the left, when we're looking at the screen here, the left-hand side, which is owned, the cap's owned by the enemy, instead of shoring up, you're splitting up. And you have to be so careful. Like if you look at the guys that are at, let's say, between the E and the F line going horizontally across. You know, earlier they were over at the 9.5 line. Now if they had, instead of chasing ships, just pulled back and came across the D line to help their teammates, you could have very well secured all three caps and played cap denial, force the other team. You could pull back, force the other team to have to push, and once they do that, they're just panadas for you. Take your time, just focus your targets. If you got a good DD, he could be spotting the targets, and then you're going to have a three-cap game. Going to have it done quickly, and you're going to have a lot more resources. And what I mean by resources is the number of ships still active versus dead ships. So that's a key factor at play here.
And suddenly we start being farmed, we're gonna eat so much unnecessary damage. If we can still bring our guns to bear while reversing, what is the advantage of going nose in? There really isn't much, because we're not gonna be YOLOing that flank anyway. Chapayev pops up, catch his broadside, break his engine, pop reload booster, hoping to secure this kill. One of the reasons I really want to secure this kill is because there's an Akatsuki down south, and if I do kill both the Alaska and the Chapayev, or even just the Chapayev, and get rid of some of the radar threat, he will have much more freedom, and he will be able to play more aggressive, and he will be able to provide more spotting for the team. So basically, I'm trying to help my DD as much as I can here. And this is something you need to keep in mind. Your average battleship will almost always shoot enemy battleships. You see this so often, especially if it's some sort of broadside. They love shooting battleships. I've seen this a lot. I don't know where it comes from, but battleship players love shooting other battleships. The order of priority should pretty much always be DD, radar cruiser, other cruisers, and then battleships. There are of course exceptions when you have full broadsides that you know you can citadel and you can do massive damage, but whenever possible, try to kill that radar cruiser. You get rid of him, your DD gets more map control, you get more information, and you also get more map control, and you don't have to worry about any sort of surprise flanks and so forth. Information drives this game, and radar cruisers and enemy DDs are one of the main sources of information. Note that I haven't actually moved that much this game. I've been basically one square away from B the entire game. I know he's going to turn away, so I'm waiting to get the most perfect shot possible. I'm only going to get one shot, so I'm trying to get the juiciest one I can. But sadly, Jean-Bart dispersion at times can be quite trolly, and I only do 6,000 damage. Luckily, the rest of my team also chimed in, and combined we did take him down. At this point, I am getting a bit worried, because, well, first of all, looking at minimap positioning once again, we have 2 BBs in our spawn. They have 3 BBs pushing up here. All their cruisers, however, are down south, and all their cruisers are able to use island cover and farm. And my cruisers are actually about to be crossfired right now. So this is one of those moments when you need to realize, hey, our positioning was good, but now it's starting to turn into a weakness. All our BBs are on the same area. This is something I often highlight. Do not let all your BBs be in the same square or in the same vector. That's very important. You want to force the enemy team to push into a crossfire if they want to push into you. That's why I like that central position, because if the enemy team wants to push either flank, you're creating a crossfire on them. But in this case, all our BBs, if you look at the minimap, this Friedrich de Grosse can go nose in against all three of us. We have no crossfires. In fact, I'm forced to switch to HE here to deal more damage to him, because once again, with reload booster especially, this thing is a very, very good fire starter. I'm forced to switch to HE to be effective, because they are no longer those juicy broadsides that we want to get. In fact, whenever I play Battleship, people often go, Flamo, how come you get to shoot so many broadsides? And when I play, I never get to shoot those broadsides. But they never really analyze it a bit further and go, wait, where exactly are you going with your ship? Oh, you're positioning over there. That's where you're getting those broadsides. So both Georgia and Sovietsky Soyuz are now occupied with these two BBs, and my team is struggling because they are about to get crossfired from both flanks. So this is a good time to play aggressive. I know that there are no torpedo threats. I know I can't be YOLO'd, and Jean Bart with the speed boost is a very fast battleship. And sometimes you need to try to take advantage of that. In this case, I want to open up this southern flank for my team, and more importantly, I want to create a crossfire on those battleships up north. We're planning a lot longer ahead right now, because my Turpis goes down, and now these BBs are getting a lot of free reign in our spawn, so it's time for me to get something done. The Shores is a juicy target, but he's nose in, something I just highlighted you should never ever be, which means that he has no chance of actually outrunning me. So I'd rather try to do some broadside damage on this Sovietsky Soyuz, force him to angle in, because, well, giving that much broadside, even if I can't citadel him, means that I will be getting a lot of damage in. Takao, Neptune, as you can see, they are getting boxed in. The enemy team is getting this boxing in thing that I was so very, very worried about. So this is where we absolutely have to eradicate the enemy in the south and give my team a breather. 3 of my ships are now in the same square. That's a terrible situation. That's the worst thing you want to happen, because the more boxed up your team is, the easier it is to play around it, because all the threats are in the same position. Pushing around the island though, this Shores nose in, something that you should absolutely never be, gets devastated through the nose. 380mm guns, they don't overmatch much, but light cruisers, especially the likes of Shores, do explode. Mines is trying to get in behind the islands, so I pop reload booster, because the whole purpose of this flank around was to make sure that these cruisers that were using the island and using the terrain can't reposition behind other terrain. If I allow him to get behind the islands, Mine's DPM is completely absurd, and he could absolutely be farming us to death from behind it. So using the reload booster just to make sure that this guy dies before he gets into cover is very important. Also, if he's behind the islands, I can play aggressively on that flank, because there's a risk of being torped if I try to push there. With 3,700 health left, there's no way he's gonna survive, and I take him down with an AP volley. Now, my cruisers, the Takao, for example, can sail in behind the island into cover. My ships have a safe haven, so to say. My team has a safe haven, and the enemy team, well, they played a bit too safe. They should have played more aggressive. They've gone too wide out on the flanks. And this is something I don't like. Once again, I've never been more than a square away from B this entire match. I've just been sailing around B, honestly in circles almost at this point. Because a battleship in the center is the strongest possible battleship. On the flip side, a battleship in the center is also one that is the easiest one to focus down. And that's probably why I really like that position. Because it can be challenging, it can be difficult to keep track of everything, but if you play it right, you get access to all the broadsides all the time. And this is when people ask me like, what is your secret? How are you getting this many broadsides? I never get this many broadsides when I play. It all comes down to a simple thing. Positioning. That is what drives World of Warships. That is the single most important thing, and the single most hardest thing to learn is positioning in World of Warships. It looks easy when you look at it on a video. Oh, I would have done all those same things. That was very easy. Like, that was very fortunate. But then when it's your turn to do it yourself in a battle, you realize, damn, the because there's not always a best choice to make. Sometimes you're forced to make terrible choices, and it's all about choosing the least terrible one.
Hey, so another point to make, not every game's a great game, even for a guy as skilled as he is, but he is very, very good. And you look, 234K that game, and 5 medallions, superb. So he really has a good fundamental understanding, and it doesn't matter who it is. The thing is, we don't care who it is. We take that understanding, develop our own understandings, and adapt it to our play style. But 234K, so 101 main battery hits, that's with a battleship. That's a lot of shooting. 7 citadels, 3 kills, 2 fires, 2 incapacitations. So, say what you want, just take it with a grain of salt. Just learn from it.
This game ends, of course, being Sean Bart and running dragon flags, a ridiculous amount of credits and XP, a devastating strike, Confederate, and a high caliber, and of course, because we did eat a fair bit of damage, but we note that we never actually got anywhere close to dying. I was never at any risk of actually dying, but I still got the Dreadnought and the Fireproof rewards, which are given for tanking a significant amount of health. So yes, I was under fire, but I was never a risk of dying type of fire. The only times I took damage was when I was willing to take the damage because I liked the position I was in and I liked the map presence that I was exuding for my team. The crossfires that I were providing. And those are the situations where you want to tank in a battleship. When you're providing a crossfire, then it's okay to take damage. If you're forcing 4 other ships to angle away, give broadsides to other ships, or if you're just getting the juicy broadsides, it's perfectly fine to take damage then. The problem is a lot of people insist on pushing into very, very vulnerable positions, nose in, being farmed, and not really providing a whole lot. If you've got 2 nose-in battleships in front of you, and you're a nose-in battleship and you push into them and the enemy cruisers start farming you, you're not really providing anything besides padding the damage numbers of the enemy team. And that's something to keep in mind. Yes, there are exceptions. For example, Yamato can be effective map control, even going nose-in because of the match, and Kremlin at close ranges because of the power of the guns can be very, very potent, but most of the time that central positioning is where the secret lies, at least in my opinion. Note that this is of course only my opinion from playing the ships, but I love playing central. 7 citadels, 3 kills, 235k damage. Could have been significantly more towards the end. Of course, because of the way I positioned around the island, I was going to get broadsides on both the Georgia and the Sovietsky Soyuz, but the game ended before I could finish that maneuver. 2.5k base. Of course, this is a top tier game, and when you are a top tier battleship, I really, really want to see the things I saw here, which is exude that control. You are the top dog. This is the worst thing that happens is when you are that top dog, you're that tier 9 BB, and then you sail to the 1 line or to the 10 line where your presence is the smallest. You're bringing probably the highest health pool, the best armor, and the biggest guns, and you're putting them in the corner of the map. Like, how do you expect to utilize your tier advantage if you have already marginalized your presence on the map? That's something people really need to adapt to.
Hello, Tank. How you doing, Tank?
9,000 damage received. Most of it HE. Because, well, there were a few situations where I could have gotten shot with AP, but never really those flat broadsides, because I was always careful, either with enemy, where the enemy was pointing their guns, or making sure that perhaps there were other juicy targets when I was giving broadside, or alternatively, just of course, the basic angling. 5 fires, but they were all single fires. I never actually damage con them because I'd rather let a single fire burn out that I can easily heal than damage con and get multiple fires on me. Overall, this was the first of examples. This was the Sean Bart, which has lower caliber guns, but is a faster ship. So this thing needs a fair bit of broadsides to be effective. The next one that I will be featuring is the Yamato. Once again, the focus will be on the importance of that central position and just how powerful a ship like Yamato can be. Let me show you guys my recommended build for this ship. Right, as always, let me start with the modules. Consumable wise, well, these days there's not much to talk about, is there? Upgrade wise though, main armaments mod 1. One of the great weaknesses of the Jean Bart is the front turrets. The surface is quite flat and it's only 430 millimeters, and as many battleship players have learned, this can be exploited quite easily. The turrets are large and wide, which makes them quite easy to hit, and other battleships tend to target them a lot. They are easy to break, and in fact it's a tactic that I myself have shown you guys. I think in the Iowa commentary I showed you guys how an Iowa can easily just completely demolish the turrets on a Jean Bart and leave him helpless. So that's another reason why the just sitting nose in tactic, it has its moments, but as the game shifts away towards more of these narrow torpedoes like the Holland, these super fast narrow torpedoes, these huge HE spammers like the Smolensk, and just all these huge caliber battleship guns like we have seen Georgia, Thunder, Ohio, basically all these big guns that can absolutely devastate your turrets. Sitting nose in the Jean Bart is becoming more and more vulnerable, and honestly I highly recommend a more maneuverable playstyle, and as you saw from my positioning in that previous commentary, give yourself the option to disengage. Give yourself the option to run away. Because yes, you're quite tanky, but ultimately you're still a 32mm coated 69k health ship that can absolutely get melted down, and the turrets can absolutely be broken. No need to put yourself into that situation because the firing angles while kiting are still quite good. Which leads us to the second upgrade, action time on your speed boost. The speed boost is pretty strong, 8%, but more importantly, boosting this 270 seconds is just so valuable. Third upgrade, speed, better dispersion. Not speed, sorry, I need to have some more coffee before I do this. Better dispersion, additional tankiness, because once again, you are a prime target for HE spamming, so try to reduce it. Concealment, because your concealment is pretty decent at 12.9. And finally, faster reload. This of course also synergizes with that main battery reload consumable. And when you already have a fairly short reload, which is 22.9, and then you can cut it in half, you obviously get a greater benefit from it. Captain build wise, if you have Honor, he's the best battleship captain almost in the game. Kuznetsov, only I would say maybe Kuznetsov is better. John Doe isn't quite as good, because even though John Doe does have improved expert loader, Jean Bart has, or Jean-Jacques has this one, the improved adrenaline rush, which means the lower you go, the faster your guns reload. And an improved version of one of the best perks in the game is obviously fantastically good. Priority target, adrenaline rush, superintendent, fire prevention, concealment expert. This is the order in which you should spec. I would say that your turret traverse is fast enough that you can go expert loader before you go expert marksman, but if you do have a special captain and you can get the improved expert marksman, it is a pretty nice benefit. And finally, last 2 points into jack of all trades. Flag wise, pretty straightforward. Battleships should always run, I would say, reduction in fire, reduction in flooding, healing, and faster consumables. On this ship, I like to see Sierra Mike for the additional speed, and your AA values are actually pretty good, as is often the case with these French ships. The AA values on these ships are quite good, so there's no reason not to spec the AA flag on top. I do like the ramming flag on the Jean Bart because, well, you do end up in a lot of nose-in situations, and you do end up with your turrets broken, and when that thing happens, you do want to have access to the final torpedo, which is your ship itself. Besides that though, whatever economic flags you want. This commentary was not so much focused on the battleship itself, because honestly, I doubt that at this point people don't know what the Jean Bart is, how it plays, and so forth. It's kind of the same case with the Yamato commentary I'm gonna make. I'm not gonna go into the details of the penetration and the reload and all these things, because this is more of a battleship series focused on one thing that people struggle with, and probably one of the hardest things in the game, and that is mastering positioning. It is difficult, but the better you get, the more astronomically your results will rise. I haven't played the Jean Bart that much lately. I think I played, how many games have I played? Where is my Jean Bart? I've only played 12 games in it recently. But even then, Jean Bart can still pump out some serious damage. and is absolutely a scary, scary battleship. It might not have the sheer game carrying capacity of the Georgia, but on the other hand, I do so much dumb stuff in the Georgia, I just get myself killed all the time. But that's another ship, and that's another completely different playstyle. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I will talk to you guys later.
Holy moly, ain't that something? Georgia, he ends up killing himself too fast, eh? What are you gonna do? We could do video positioning of the Yamato, but we're not going to, folks. What we're going to do right now is go into battle. Yep, we're doodle. We're going to go into battle. And what are we going to play? I think what we're going to play is the Jean Bart. Why not? Right? I think that would be a good idea. Jean Bart. Monsieur Tank Monkey, we're glad that you could join us this morning, dear sir. Depending on what the time zone is, wherever you are, good morning, good day, or good evening. Now, if anybody else has any questions, please chime in. We'd be more than happy to answer any and all queries. And the topic could be anything. It could be outside warships. Doesn't matter. We don't care. Do you care? I don't care. I don't care, folks. Okay, so we got the login screen going here. Let's switch to the login screen here for now. Actually, some of the visuals on this login screen are pretty decent. Especially when that shell goes right into the friggin' artillery storing room. Oh, we missed it. Okay. Collect the reward. Thank you. We'll take that reward. Free XP. Okay, so what did we say we're going to do? We said we're going to go in the Jean Bart. The French. Where is Jean Bart? Oh, there he is. Now, let me see. I've got Honore on the Henry IV. What do I have on the Republic? Monnier. Monnier's got no extra skills, but Charles Henri Honore does have extra skills. Yipperdoodle, he does. Ooh, baby. Okay, so we're going to throw, he's on Henry IV right now. We're going to throw him on Jean Bart. Assign commander, Charles Henri Honore. Oui, monsieur. Now it's asking us to reset the friggin', and this is what I don't like, warships. Why I have to reset these. Like, why do you have these friggin' different... You just made the game harder. Like, it's just friggin' BS. Now, let's put this guy back on this ship. Like, you know, this is the problem. You know, based on that video a number of months ago, you've done commander reworks a couple of times. And, you know, each time you keep screwing over the community. I can't go through all my ships quick enough to reclassify skills for commanders. So invariably what happens, by the time I get to some ships, I'm being friggin' penalized by being charged doubloons or commander XP in order to re-outfit them with the new skills. Like, come on. Use your friggin' cranial structure for a more productive ventures other than just friggin' making money, you friggin' morons. Holy crap. Okay, so we're going to take the commander of the Republic because this should be a slam dunk, right? Should be, could be, will be, and it was. Cool. Okay, so I've had a rant. I've carried on about Warships. I like the game. Doesn't mean they're perfect. They should accept criticism and learn from it instead of taking it the wrong way and spewing vitriol back at the community contributors and trying to screw people over when, you know, the objective is the same. Just improve the game for everybody. We're in a very simple process. Okay, so here we are. We threw some flags on this baby. And let's just look at the equipment. How do I have it set up? Let's look at this. Maybe I should upgrade the main armaments. Got the engine boost mod. So we got the same setup. Now the only thing is main armaments mod 1. Apparently, that should be an upgrade also. So let's take a look at the armory here. Where do we go in the armory? Holy moly. Friggin' Transformers. I like the movies. Do I like my ships to look like Halloween? No. I don't think a ship should look like a pumpkin or a spaceship or a friggin' hybrid friggin' transport. Okay, so now I'm looking to... Where the frig is it? Customizations, I guess. Okay, let's take a look here. I don't see a main armaments mod. Why is that? I just don't see it. View category. Okay. No, I just don't see it. Huh. Oh, well, what are you gonna do? What can you do? Screw it. Let's just go into battle. Let's just see what happens. So we're doing Jean Bart. Tier 9 French battleship. Arg, we're going into battle, laddies. Oui, monsieur. Ungoy, Shishia, Kamsamada, Domo, Dankashan, Merci beaucoup, Grazie. And so that's thank you in quite a few different languages. And dialects. Okay, so we got anything from tier... We're top tier in this battle. 2 destroyers on each side. No CV, but the de Provence, which is the French one here, DE7 Provence. He's got friggin' planes. And Tone has also. Like, why do they have the Tone and the Provence on the other side? Why couldn't they have one on each side? Like, talk about matchmaking and making it right. These friggin' morons. Friggin' Russian friggin' commies. Okay. Did I say that? Yes, I did. Okay, we're going to slowly move up. Now I'm going to do basically a 17.5 degree angle, which would be southeast, the way I'm looking from my position, or it could be from here looking forward, northwest. The other team has an allspice, John Bart, Massachusetts, Bismarck, and Colorado. Oops. Gotta watch what buttons I hit. Oh noes. Okay, just gonna get my tea and I'll be right back, folks. Just finished my espresso. Okay, looks like we're getting the A cap, which is nice. Roger that.
Enemy battleship sighted.
See what we can do with this DD here.
Enemy cruiser sighted.
See if we can get lucky here.
Enemy destroyer
What the frig? Give me a friggin' break, man.
capture that area.
Perfect friggin' shot. Did you see that, folks? Holy moly. Friggin' Riga. Need some spotting here, guys. We got the A cap. Got 24.5 for a range.
Enemy cruiser detected.
Ooh, we got some ships over here.
Enemy cruiser sighted. Enemy battleship detected.
Whoops, wrong button.
Enemy destroyer detected.
No.
Enemy battleship detected.
Come on, buddies. Okay, we got to push on this side, so we just got to hold them off. Most of our ships are over on the port side flank, so we got to hold here at this side. Got to be very careful, because if this side collapses, it could be a problem for the other side. This is what guys don't get. They just don't get it.
Enemy cruiser detected.
Okay, we got a fire on them that time. Good show.
Enemy battleship detected.
Damn, I got a friggin' Massachusetts here now, too.
Enemy cruiser detected. Enemy battleship sighted. Enemy cruiser detected.
Oh, we need to get a fire on this lad. What's this friggin' non-pen torpedo protection? Friggin' top of the friggin' superstructure. Give me a break. Holy crap, man. Holy crap. There, we finally got a fire again on this lad. Where's the rest of our team? Oh, noes. Oh, noes. Look at what they're doing over there. You know, this is where these guys don't understand positioning. This is why we're going to be in such a friggin' problem here. Oh, well, what are you going to do, folks?
Engine boost activated.
Friggin' 3 ricochets. Can you believe it? 3 friggin' ricochets. We're down 5, so we got to bug out of here. Go on, that was a perfect shot in the Riga. Why did nothing hit? Give me a friggin' break, man. This friggin' RNG in this game is friggin' nuts sometimes. Holy crap, holy. Come on, guns, let's get around.
Enemy battleship detected. The enemy team has taken the lead.
Come on. Oh, the frig did that
Ship is on
happen?
fire. Enemy battleship detected.
We only lost 3 ships. We're in a tough jam here, folks. He's in a tough spot. Look at all these friggin' ships. Where are my guns? Come on, guns. Let's get around here. Come on, babies.
Enemy cruisers.
Come on, babies. Hold on. Come on. What the frig? How they go so far behind?
The ship is on fire.
You seen there a perfect example of how a whole flank just collapsed and you got other guys. Look at that friggin' BB that's at H10. Like, that's just bad positioning. These guys should have pulled back and come across and shored up the other flank. It's a simple process. And we explained that in the last 2 videos and nobody friggin' gets it. And here's a perfect example of how to do it or not do it. Nothing we could do about this. Whole flank friggin' on my side just collapsed. I had to bug out, and then I'm going into an area where I got guys in bad positioning. You got a guy in the middle of the cap, EF8. The other guy at H9. Like, you know, what's he doing? Christmas shopping? Like, what the frig is wrong with these friggin' morons? I'm sure he has a good reason for it. Like, you know, they got a sale on friggin' vine-ripened tomatoes. Like, give me a friggin' break. So, We've only got 2 ships left, and they've lost 3 ships. What can I say, monsieur? We're going to lose this game. Oh, game over. Oh, no, we lost this game? I can't believe it. Yeah, we did, folks. Come on, load up the results. Come on, Wargaming. Like, you know, you're quick to nerf and buff, but you're slow at getting the friggin' stats out here, pal. Okay, so we're going to get a container. We're going to get something out of this. Team score-wise came in number 2 overall. Did I get what I needed for naval battles? I doubt it. No way. That's what happens. You get a team that collapses like that. They fall like a bad deck of friggin' cards. Holy crap, holy. Okay, enough of that stuff. So anyways, folks, listen, we're going to take a break. Going to take a smoke break. So 10-minute break for sure this time. And then we're going to come back. We're going to play some more battles. What are we going to play? I have no friggin' clue at this stage right now. And I'm not even going to think about it. I'm just going to have a 5-minute, 10-minute pity party. Actually, I don't care if I win or lose, but just going to go for a smoke, and then we'll be back, okay? So, thanks for watching. Get some refreshments, get what you need, get comfortable, and we'll be back in just a couple. Or actually in 10. Back in 10, okay? Okay. So let's see what we got for containers. We didn't get our friggin' naval battle. Oh, 5 containers. Holy crap. Let's see what we got here. Number 1. 5 yellow dragons. 10-4. This is always a good one to get. Let's check the next one. What do we have here? Huh. That camo seems to be okay. Probably looks like crap. Same with this one too. And 1 Leviathan. Oh, that's very sweet of you. Okay, next container. The next container. Open sesame. Ah, frig. What's this for? Transformers. Okay. Zulu. Okay. Another Autobot arc. Okay, let's next container. Let's see what we got here. It's got a 3-peat. Another container. Okay. We're gonna duplicate. Sure. Open the last one here. What do we got? 3-peat? No, yeah, kind of in a way. Zulu Hotel. Okay, let's collect our daily container. We take resources. Let's see what we get here, folks. What do we get? Okay, let's open. Let's see what we get. Coal, coal, coal. No, coal, free XP, and 3 Papa Papas. Okie dokie. Okay, let's go back. Let's do the Marceau. We can get a container for this. Let's check out what we've got here. Add that. Add that. Get some premium flags here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay. Got some flags. Okay, let's go into battle. Okay, we're going into the battle queue right now. Any questions? Throw in chat. Anything else? Throw in chat. And if you haven't realized it now, chat's your friend. Oh, yeah. Going to chat. Okay, 106 in the queue, so let's get going here, folks. Like, what's taking so long? Holy crap. Nobody else saying hello? Okay. Okie dokie. Okay, so we're just waiting. Looks like we're going to get an aircraft carrier. No matter how you slice it. Okay, whatever you're doing there, Wargaming, let's friggin' get it together. We're going into the queue now. Let's see what we're up against. Tier 10 top to bottom, CVs. We got no friggin' way around it. 4 DDs on each side this time. 4 DDs. Kleber. Maybe I should work on getting that Kleber. Let's check out the map. Ah, it's this one. Okay. Okay, so what are we going to do? We're going to friggin' seize the moment. Let's hopefully I get some protective cover. Otherwise, we're screwed and we're going to end up getting friggin' demoed real fast. 46.1. Nice.
Anti-aircraft gun crews are on full alert. Critical engine damage. The ship is on fire. Problem solved, sir.
Could use some help here, buddies. Like planes, like, come on now.
Anti-aircraft gun crews are on normal alert.
Could use some planes here, folks. Like, why do I, torpedo planes? I need some fighters, pal. Not getting any help here. It's just a friggin' exercise in futility.
Engine boost activated. Anti-aircraft gun crews are on full alert. Critical engine damage. The ship is on fire. Problem solved, sir.
Ah, come on. Okay, we lost 10,000 in health for what? And we're down one ship. Like, come on, guys.
Anti-aircraft gun crews are on normal alert. Enemy destroyer detected.
Use some more fighters here, buddy. Holy moly. We're just gonna get friggin' wrecked by planes and stuff. That's what's gonna happen here, folks.
Torpedoes to starboard.
Ah, frig. Torp's gonna get us? Maybe not. Whoa. Just out of friggin' reach. Oops. Why nothing hit? What the frig is it with this target lock, man?
Enemy battleship detected. Anti-aircraft gun crews are on full alert.
We're down 2, they're not down any ships. Holy moly.
Engine boost deactivated.
Nice, well done. Finally
That's how
got
it's
something.
done. Anti-aircraft gun crews are on normal
They were down
alert.
2, they're down 1. What the frig is going on with these?
Enemy cruiser sighted. Enemy cruiser detected.
Friggin' nothing there.
Problem solved, sir. Enemy battleship sighted. Enemy cruiser sighted.
Enemy destroyer blown up.
Okay, we got the Kleber. Thank you. Come on, let's get turned around, Bells. Let's get turned around, Bells. Okay, we're down 3, they're down 4. We've recovered somewhat. Nice.
Engine boost activated. Enemy battleship sighted. Henry, I need your support.
Lions of the Appian Way. Symphony Orchestra. Before that, the third movement. From the times of the Iniculum with Maris Janssens and the Oslo Philharmonic. At the top of the hour,
All stations requesting fire on the designated target. Concentrate fire on the enemy warship. The ship is on fire. Problem solved, sir.
we've destroyed an enemy cruiser.
Okay, so we got 2 kills so far now. We'll take that. Thank you very much.
Enemy cruiser destroyed.
Okay, we got 3 kills. Thank you very much. And we got a cap. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Our victory is in sight. Torpedoes, dead ahead. Engine boost deactivated. And torpedoes to starboard.
Oh, 1 torped.
Anti-aircraft gun crews are on normal alert. Engine boost activated.
There's 5 minutes left in this game. A lot of time left.
Requesting support.
Lots of time left, folks.
By thunder.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, it's 1 o'clock. I'm Jeremy Logan with the news on the new Classical FM. Mostly cloudy with showers for your Sunday, 5:21. Right now it's 19.
Enemy destroyer detected.
46. There is overwhelming support for requiring proof of COVID-19 vaccination to get
Come on. Ah, Freddy got me.
Huntington Fire Department Battalion Chief Eric McCoy.
Given this spill exceeds 100,000 gallons, the Coast Guard has classified this situation in Huntington Beach and the surrounding areas as a major spill.
Well, we had a pretty good game in the Marceau, but our team just did not. And, you know, I was low and I probably could have played it safer. But what are you going to do? What can you do? Okay, sweet. Came in number 2 overall. Our Smolensk, which just died now, he did well as well. So, not too bad. Not too bad, monsieur. Did I pull off a naval battle win? I may have pulled off a naval battle win. Hopefully I did. Let's check it out. Check them out. Got a container. Let's see naval battles. Let's check them out. Did we get what we needed? Holy moly. Where was I in the French? French DD. Yeah, would have gotten it, for sure. For sure. Okay.
The 63-year-old comedian calls it a love letter to the nation, which attempts to unravel some
Okay, so what should we try next? French battleship? American cruiser or German cruiser? Gotta think about that, folks. I gotta check on my onion rings. I'm doing some onion rings, so I'm checking on them and I'll be right back. We'll go into battle again. Okay, let's check out our containers.
Look, I think the pivot to Asia geopolitically.
See what we've got here.
It's obviously about China, which is widely seen as the principal competitor, potentially adversary for the
25
United States.
Wyvern.
Ian's right. We haven't introduced the economic dimension.
So generous.
It makes no sense to pivot to Asia.
Collect a regular container. We're going to take resources.
Unfortunately, there's bipartisan opposition.
Okay, we got some coal flags. Let's go back to port.
We do this through Europe.
Let's go into battle on the Allspice. See what happens. Only a 12-point captain here. Going into the battle queue now.
General quarters.
Attention, support that target. Teammate, I need your support. battleship sighted. Enemy cruiser sighted. Enemy battleship detected. Negative. Fighter airborne. Much obliged, Commander. Enemy battleship sighted. Fighter returning to ship. Enemy cruiser sighted. All stations, reporting the position of a strategic target. Enemy battleship detected. All stations, reporting the position of a strategic target. I owe you one. battleship detected. Enemy cruiser sighted. Enemy battleship sighted. Engine boost activated. I need intelligence data. Enemy cruiser sighted. Torpedoes to starboard. Enemy battleship detected. Torpedoes to starboard. Enemy cruiser detected. Torpedoes astern. Torpedoes to port. Engine boost deactivated. Torpedoes astern. All stations requesting fire. Torpedoes astern. Target. Roger. Torpedoes astern. Torpedoes astern. Enemy battleship detected. Torpedoes astern. Torpedoes astern. Engine boost activated. All stations requesting fire on the designated target.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
Torpedoes to starboard. Torpedoes to starboard. Torpedoes astern.
Area is about to win.
Torpedoes astern. Torpedoes astern. Enemy cruiser detected. Torpedoes to starboard.
What is it with these guys? Position-wise, I just did a couple videos on positioning. You'd think these guys should watch that.
Last month, the interim government in Mali, of course, bear in mind they've had 2 coups in the course of the past year. The interim government in Mali was in talks with Russia about sending around 1,000 Wagner fighters to support them in with security.
Trepidation, you have a cannon? How big's your cannon, buddy? You got a howitzer or what?
Accurately describe what it is, but it's a combination of private military companies, mercenaries. It is, ostensibly private, but we know that it's very closely linked with the Russian Ministry of Defense and Russian security forces. And
Well, folks, I'm going to friggin' go for a smoke. It's going to be a Pall Mall Bold Extra. So Pall Mall Bold Extra. So smoke time, then we're coming back. Smoke time, be back, folks. Okay, folks. We're going to friggin' go back into battle, but this time we're going to go in the Tier 9 St. Louis. We're just trying to collect containers here. Better turn off naval battles for now. Web server is unavailable. Holy crap. Where'd I get this friggin' camo? That's friggin' ugly. Holy crap. Holy crap. Let's do this and this. Let's do this. Let's do this, this, and this. Come on, let's go. Okay, going into battle. Going into battle. Aye, Captain. Arg. Any questions, throw in chat. As a matter of fact, you have a question about anything, just throw it in chat. Doesn't matter if it's canoe related or not. Hopefully that canoe has a filtration system in it. I'm a very fragile soul, you know. Okay. Tier 9 French cruiser, the St. Louis. It's only got about a 10-point captain. Haven't done anything with this ship, so let's see what happens. As Austin Powers said, yeah, baby. What's taking so long to go into battle? We're going to get CVs by the looks of it. So aircraft carriers for sure. What's the chance? Coin toss, heads yes, tails no. Whoa, didn't get a chance to flip that coin. Okay, I took heads, so that's going to be yes. See what happens. Could have probably flipped 10 coins by the time we get into friggin' queue here. No CV. Holy crap, I lost that bet. Okay, how do we match up against the Carnot? I've got the Carnot. I like this ship. We match up against the Seattle. Cool. Buffalo. Oh my. Who knows? Gets worse the further up we go. Let's look at the map. So Tier 9 top to bottom. Okay, we're going to work Captain Isle at sea. That's what we're going to do here.
Action stations.
So being French guns, I've got no idea on the caliber of these friggin' things. Does it tell us? 2800, 4900. 21.3 range. Okay, cool. That's good. We'll take that. Thank you. Grazie, signore. Grazie, grazie. Oh, Grange Park. It's been a long friggin' time. Got to be about 6-7 years, maybe. At least 7 years, probably. Dr. Trepanation, eh? That's quite a handle you've got there. Okay, we've got a hit pool of 40,000.900, which is, so-so. What else we got with this ship? We got a friggin' fighter, defensive AA, cool. No CV, and I've got defensive AA. Sweet. Well, those things float. Holy moly. Oh, we got a friggin' cyclone inbound. Wouldn't you know it? that 924 crap?
Enemy battleship sighted. Enemy destroyer sighted.
Friggin' target lock's too much. Z target lock is too friggin' much, folks.
Stations reporting the position of a strategic cruiser.
Holy frig, these things float. What the frig? Give me a friggin' break. Holy crap, man.
Enemy battleship sighted. Enemy cruiser detected.
Okay, what do we got here? ZI Buki?
Enemy battleship sighted.
Friggin' shells curve. How the frig they drop just like that? Give me a friggin' break, pals.
Concentrate fire on the enemy warship.
What, nothing? Give me a friggin' break. Friggin', these friggin' shells curve more than friggin' Stan Mikita's hockey stick.
Enemy cruiser sighted.
Venture has a new look. Discover more. The all-new Subaru Outback. The next generation.
Nice. Well done, lads. We're down 2, they're down 3.
When your feet hurt from bunions, even a few steps can feel like a mile.
Not looking too bad.
Who suffer from bunions, every step may be painful, and bunions only get worse over time until treated surgically.
Yeah, I haven't seen any German flags. They did that Palmer, but he's gone deep sea fishing, so he's not able to
Apoplasty's innovative approach
reinvigorate the German side.
fix the root cause. There are risks associated with surgery. Find a
There's another Palmer up here. Gotta throw a few baguettes his way. Oh yeah. Look at the friggin' curve on these things. Can you believe it? Look at how they curve. Then they go over. Huh. Oh, finally hit some. Shells inbound. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah.
Enemy destroyer sighted. Enemy cruiser sighted. Concentrate fire on the enemy warship.
Come on. Come on. Freaking going over.
The ship is on fire.
Whoopsie, torpedoes.
Torpedoes, direct front. Problem solved, sir.
Torpedoes. Nice.
The ship is on fire.
Oh, wrong button.
Anti-aircraft gun crews are on full
Wrong
alert.
button. Okay, so we got a friggin' cyclone.
All
Who
stations,
knows?
protect that target.
We're down 5, they're down 4 ships. Looks like we're getting the B cap, which we sorely need. Turn this around. Now,
Anti-aircraft gun crews are on normal alert.
the sea's wide open. Hopefully these guys can hold it. It looks like we got a couple ships still there.
Is being called a potential ecological disaster. The leak is about 3 miles off the coast of Huntington Beach, and experts estimate as much as 126,000 gallons
I think I better help out this Fletcher. He's going to be in trouble.
from an offshore oil production site. The impacts to wildlife are already visible. Oil has now started to wash ashore along with dead fish and birds. CNN national correspondent Natasha Chen is live from Huntington Beach. So, Natasha, do we know has the leak been stopped in any way?
Where's the Fletcher going? Nice.
Hearing about birds that have oil on them and softball-sized clumps of oil showing up in certain places. The bottom line is that people should not be in the water. We are here at Huntington Beach, where unfortunately there were a couple of surfers that our producer talked to who still wanted to go in the water because they say that in this particular spot
Hopefully I can grab this. Oh, friggin' radar. Who the frig is radaring us?
The ship is on fire. Concentrate fire on the designated target. Critical engine damage. Problem solved, sir.
Come on, ship. Let's go. It's taking so long to pick up speed, or is it just me? Holy crap. Come on.
One thing we should note too is that this was supposed to be the third day of an air show taking place here.
Ah, come on, Alaska. Frig, man. Friggin' Alaska. Bugger. Whoa, friggin' Carno just missed that friggin' torp.
The enemy is about to win.
Yeah, they're gonna win now. Chance we had to win that game, we lost now. Friggin' buggers.
The enemy is about to win.
Edith and Ellie here, this is the concern. The red lines that move toward the shore are pipelines. This is, as mentioned, is post-production oil. It's not raw crude like we have with the BP oil.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
Well, another game that went into the crapper. The history of the annals of the crapper. What are we, just below mid-pack maybe? Yeah, Perduto. What did I need? Didn't get it. Friggin' teams are collapsing just too fast. Nothing you can do. Let's check our containers. Open them up. What do we got? 5 yellow dragons. Nice. We'll take that. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's go on the Gascony. No, we're going to need a captain here. There's only one captain we can throw in here.
Thank you so much. All right, let's talk more about all of this. Joining us on the phone is Katrina Foley, who Natasha was making reference to. She's an Orange County supervisor representing Huntington Beach. So glad you can
Where's
be
the
with us.
Republic captain? Why is he not shown here?
Are you clear yet on how this started?
We don't have the source yet in terms of what exactly happened. I'm hoping to get
Oh, that's why the Republic captain's on another ship. He's on the Jean Bart, that's why. Okay. Thank you.
They have been working this morning to repair the leak. We know it's a pipeline that's connected to the platform.
Okay, Zigascon. Let's get some economy flags. They're going to come in handy.
Repairing this leak, can you divulge?
Yes, so there is a company
Turn that on, that on. Let's do a ram flag in case we got to ram somebody. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's look at port. One naval battle left. Things are not looking good in the naval battle department, folks. Let's go on Thierry Gascon, French battleship, going into the queue.
Making sure that the cities, the counties, the private entities that were impacted get reimbursed, and of course, making sure that our natural habitat are properly cleaned up.
And already, we're able to report that a lot of that wildlife is already in peril because there are reports of dead fish already washing ashore and birds coated in oil. And just listening to some eyewitness accounts on when they started to smell what a chemical that comes, the chemical smell that comes with the oil. Are you able to ascertain when this happened? Because if already dead fish are washing up and birds that are covering, does that not?
Okay, 8, 9, and 10. So this is not going to be good. But it is not the end of the world. No siree. Okay, what do we have? We got 23.8 kilometer range in the main guns, which is decent. Let's look at damage here. HE 5400, 37%. And AP 11.9. So decent damage with these guns. But we've only got 2 turrets, similar to Republique.
It seems like it's probably been leaking longer than we know. I can't confirm that because I don't have that information yet.
So you've said, and reportedly, you've said that significant damage has occurred at Talbert wetlands from this oil spill.
Right.
Can you elaborate on what you've observed or what you've heard?
Yes, so I was out at the River Jetty and I've been touring the area. Also received updates from the city's Marine Life Management Division for the city of Huntington Beach. And our Talbert wetland, the oil has infiltrated the entirety of the wetland. There's significant impacts to wildlife there. I was out at the River Jetty. You could see, I like to describe it as like a pancake-sized cluster of oil up on the shoreline and receding along the shoreline. And so that also oil all in the wetlands. These are wetlands that we've been working with the Army Corps of Engineers, with the Land Trust, with all the community wildlife partners to make sure to create this beautiful natural habitat for decades. And now, just in a day, it's completely destroyed.
So,
I did
quickly, what
also
kind of
see-
resources, resources are coming in to try
Enemy battleship sighted.
soak up, try and pull, contain some of that oil that appears to be, that you're visibly able to see on the surface?
Well, we have our Orange County Environmental Health out.
But nothing hit.
I understand that the responsible party has hired some companies to
Hey, vey.
rooms and to get out there and begin the cleanup.
Hey, vey.
I know I'm going to get more updates on, in terms of like what kind of.
It's like Fiddler on the Roof, too. Uh-oh, I'm detected. That's not a good sign, folks. Allspice coming in.
We're not taking volunteers yet. If you do see oil wildlife, call 1-877-823-6926, and that's.
Katrina Foley, thank you so much for taking the time. Appreciate it. And of course, we'll continue to monitor that response. All right, still ahead.
Mr. Kitakazi is no more.
Agenda done, but a divided Democratic Party still stands between him and the finish line. Is there? And as a quick programming note, next Sunday, an all-new season of This Is Life with Lisa Ling. She explores historical events that changed America, but are rarely found in
How the frig did that not hit?
the premiere of This Is Life.
Give me a friggin' break, man.
I need it
Oh, this friggin' guy nailed me. Friggin' yammy. Bugger.
They have customized solutions to help our family's special needs. Giving us confidence in our future.
That's it?
Go get him, Cap. Well played, well invested, well protected. Good. Be confident to and through retirement.
With the timeless protection of ADT, it's safe to say. We give them safe more lives than any other home. It's safe to say. There's a reason millions of people trust ADT to help protect what matters most.
Come on.
Attention. Reporting the target position.
Be curious. Be curious about the world around us. And then go. Go with an open heart, and you'll find inspiration.
Torpedoes, dead ahead.
Exploring the world in comfort.
Torpedoes, dead ahead.
There was nothing really to worry about. And then silence. There was just such a big weight.
Our team has taken the lead. Concentrate fire on the designated target.
Okay, they're down 2. We're down 1. We got 2 out of the 3 caps right now.
You know, there are treatments that were invented within the walls of this hospital that have continued to improve the cure rates for pediatric cancer. And St. Jude's not going to stop until
All stations, reporting the position of a strategic target. Teammate, I need your support.
This place is really
Acknowledged.
the strength of what can happen when something people want to be a part of.
Nice.
Thanks to generous donors like you, families now receive a bill from St. Jude.
Concentrate fire on the designated target.
Because all they should worry about is helping their child. For just
That's how it's done. Team is taking the lead. Affirmative.
receiving research and
Much obliged, Commander.
Enemy battleship detected.
Acknowledged.
Enemy cruiser sighted.
All stations, concentrate fire on the target.
Because it takes a heart for somebody to say, that I'm willing to give to St. Jude so that they can help save more lives. That's huge.
Our giving to St. Jude. That's the priority that we put on giving to St. Jude.
line right now. Become a partner.
Enemy cruiser detected.
This isn't just a walk up the stairs. When you have a regular heartbeat, it's more. It's deeper. The freedom to go where you want. No
Holy crap. We've only got a few guys left now.
All stations, reporting the position of a strategic target.
No place like home, y'all. And these people know that there is no place like waiting.
How can they see me and I can't see them? How does that work? Holy crap, I only got 4 ships left.
With help figuring in
Not good,
setting a
folks.
new deadline to pass a bipartisan infrastructure bill by October 31st. The clock is
Not looking good, folks.
Engine boost activated. Torpedoes, dead ahead. Torpedoes to port.
There's no number on the table yet. That is, everyone
Oh, where is this bugger?
The ship is on fire. Torpedoes, dead ahead.
Ah, crap.
Problem solved, sir.
Where's my friggin' motors at? Holy crap.
Enemy battleship sighted. Enemy destroyer detected.
I'm toast. Well, what are you gonna do? Ooh, ooh. Okay, that's another loss. There's friggin' a lot of losses these days. Teams just friggin' collapse, man. Okay, another game we put in the annals of the history books. Let's see what we get in the container. Holy crap, five red dragons. Holy moly. Why can't it be 10? Okay, what are we going to go in next? Curate Richelieu. What a lot of 11-point captains, eh? Holy moly. Okay, going into battle. Let's see what we can get here, folks. Just trying to get containers and stuff like that. Really don't care about much else right now. Win, lose, whatever. Absolutely does not matter to us. Yeah, live.
Battle starts.
What the frig? Holy crap.
Hey, company employees, enter and manage their own HR data in one easy-to-use software. Visit
Enemy destroyer sighted.
free demo.
Enemy cruiser sighted. Enemy battleship detected.
What the frig? Holy crap, RNG's too friggin' much, man.
Enemy cruiser sighted.
Two Neptunes,
Enemy
eh?
battleship sighted. Enemy destroyer sighted.
Holy frig, man. He's in a friggin' turn and it friggin' took forever. Holy crap.
All stations, reporting the position of a strategic target.
Would I think that I would join a cult? That's exactly what I did.
Enemy cruiser detected.
For the free book and receive so much more. Call 1-800-831-37.
Enemy battleship detected.
All right, right now, experts are urging Americans to avoid complacency despite some promising pandemic trends. The average number of daily new infections is now the lowest rate in the U.S. since early August.
Enemy destroyer detected.
Also down over 20% last month. And on top of all of that, there's pandemic toolbox. Pharmaceutical giant
Enemy battleship detected.
antiviral drug cuts the risk of hospitalization deaths by 50% for COVID patients. Dr. Anthony Fauci says
Enemy cruiser detected.
this drug could have.
The results are really quite impressive, as you mentioned.
Huh, excuse me, sorry.
Of getting hospitalization or
Sorry, folks.
in people who early in the course of their infection take this particular medication. Part of that study that is really impressive. Among the
Enemy destroyer sighted.
there were 8 deaths among the
Enemy battleship sighted.
no deaths among those
Attention,
who took the medication.
reporting the target position.
That's very impressive. So we really look forward to the implementation of this and to its effect on people who are infected.
All right, joining right now
Set a
is
smoke
Dr.
screen.
Anand Swaminathan, an emergency medical physician in New Jersey. Doctor, always good to see you. Inequities before in terms of treatment. Do you believe this is going to address those inequities or will it exacerbate?
I think this drug has a potential to really
Enemy destroyer sighted.
equities. Let's say that it works the way that it's being built, which we don't know yet. We need to see the data. But it's going to cost about $700 for a course. Now, we have about 30 million people in this country who are uninsured. About 25%. This drug has to be gotten to the people who are getting COVID very early in the course in order for it to be effective. So you can see the difficulty here of getting an appointment with the primary doctor to get a prescription and then paying for it. If you don't have insurance, you're not going to be able to afford this medication. This is a medication that is going to be widely taken up by the rich and by the well-insured, but it's not going to be there for our black and brown communities, for the marginalized populations, especially for people who are really suffering through COVID-19 or during this pandemic. And that's why I think that this is kind of a problem that we see over and over again. We're looking for these high-tech, very expensive solutions. What we should be doing is investing those billions of dollars in supporting our public health infrastructure, in education, in investing in public.
Okay, we're gonna head towards A now. Let's see how we can do here, folks.
All right, so let's also talk about
Didn't they?
Data that suggests that vaccine mandates work. People across the country have been trying to use religious exemptions to bypass the requirements. Dr. Fauci says, people sometimes confuse a philosophical objection with a religious objection. So how do
Our team has taken the lead.
for a loophole?
We see a lot of religious leaders across the country saying the same thing over and over again, that getting vaccinated is our duty to each other. And so if you truly believe in religious teachings, you understand that you have a duty to your fellow man, your fellow woman. And so this is part of our duty to get vaccinated because
Good game, everyone.
vaccination is not a personal choice at this point. This is really a choice for everyone. Public health is all about the individual. And getting vaccinated shows that you understand that duty to each other, that you understand
Oh, crap.
society, and that you understand that duty and how important it is for us to protect each other. So I think the religion
Our team has taken the lead.
is narrowly defined because we do see that mandates work. Mandates are going to work. They're going to help us to push our vaccination rates higher. We need to be continuing to push this, and I expect that we'll hear more and more religious leaders say this is part of our duty to each other.
Enemy battleship detected.
All right, still ahead as police continue searching for Brian Laundrie. Footage reveals a domestic dispute between Laundrie and fiancé a month before she went missing. Did police miss possible warning signs? I'll talk to a domestic abuse expert straight ahead.
Lactate is 100% real milk. Just because lactose sensitive to dairy. So anyone who says lactate isn't real milk must be saying maple beer isn't a real cow. Type 2 diabetes are way too what's possible.
Our victory is in sight.
We got 3 caps, which is good. What the frig, man? Friggin' RNG's too much.
The ship is on fire.
Your body really truly absorb the natural limits. New chapter. Wellness.
Driving innovation. You're racing to the cloud. You need to security.
Problem solved, sir.
Networks develops Prisma Cloud, an integrated platform that secures your cloud environments end to end. Used by the world's largest organizations, Prisma Cloud provides the cybersecurity you need from code to cloud, so you can get cloud security built the first time around. We've got next.
At Southern New Hampshire University, we never stop celebrating.
Good shot.
Confirmed penetration.
That's why we're keeping your tuition low for the 10th year in a row.
Affordability and the quality of education are making it enough to change your life.
As a nonprofit university, we make college more affordable for everyone. Southern New Hampshire University is find your degree at snhu.edu.
I was wondering if after all these
Engine boost activated.
I got a lucky hit on that Charles Martel, I'll tell you. Over 20 grand in one shot. Okay, we got the win, folks. We got the win. So hopefully we get another container for that. We'll see. Victory, finally. Thank you. Okay, team score. Not bad. Finally would have friggin' got enough for naval battles, but too late to get a win. What are you going to do? Not much you can do. You don't need them, you get them. When you need them, you can't get them. Simple as that, folks. Okay, let's see what we got. What did we get? 5 Wyvern. Nice, we'll take that. Thank you.
Well, Fred, we definitely see a more scaled down search effort than maybe 2 weeks ago. Not far from here is the Carlton Reserve, and that's where Brian Laundrie's parents say they believe their son was headed on September 14th.
Well, Pilgrims, I think I'm going to take a break. So listen, thanks for watching. Let's go to our main camera. Our main camera. Okay, folks, listen, thanks for watching. We'll be back live next Saturday morning, 10 a.m. New York time. Remember, your health is priceless. COVID-19 is not a hoax, it's real. I got 2 vaccinations. I wear a mask out in public. Everybody I know that does that has been fine. So if you don't understand how vaccines work or what the whole situation is, go see your doctor, get an opinion, get a second opinion, third, fourth, fifth. Doesn't matter how many. Get a professional opinion. Don't rely on these idiots on the friggin' internet for your information, because a lot of it's bullshit. Your health is priceless. Take care of it. Take care of your loved ones, yourself, and your community and everybody else. That's how we get around it. Okay, take care, folks. Till next weekend, keep the faith.